Well, I'll be
Yeah.
like 1 minute.
I'll be 1 minute.
90 seconds.
Probably gonna see you tonight anyway.
Yeah, I know. I just came to give you guys.
Oh.
You good going?
Like presents? She has the recording on.
I'm just.
Oh, that's okay, I've just been opening it.
All right, I'll call the meeting to order at 10 a.m. The town of Smoky Lake respectfully acknowledges that we are situated on Treaty 6 territory, the traditional lands of First Nations and Métis. I will start with the adoption of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions? Crystal?
14.4 land sales, section 16.
Evelyn?
Okay. I'm gonna suggest that we remove 13.4 rural renewal stream update, because there was a presentation at our 5 o'clock meeting today, so that was me hedging my bet. Okay. So we can remove that. We can remove 13.8 abandoned buildings. That was demolition. That was just a heads up about admin reports, so that could be, that's gonna be covered in section 4 and 6. I'd like to move the Highway 2863 audited financials. Currently, they're me and it corresponds to file information, and I would like to have that moved up to the committee reports under 10. And last but not least, there was an email that I sent out to, you were all included in it, and the response was that that should be a motion by council. So if we could add to closed session 14.5. And it would be harmful to third party business, because it's not personnel, that's what I'm thinking of it going there. Harmful to third party business.
What's the title? CAO recruitment? I think you put it under CAO recruitment.
Under CAO recruitment, yeah. That's a good suggestion, thank you. No?
Make a motion to adopt the agenda with the additions and deletions.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And since we have all our delegations here, we'll begin at 4.1. And then we can go back to adopt the minutes afterwards. All right.
All right, so this is very informal. Thanks for fitting me in here. I got 90 seconds, so. I know it's summer coming up. I will probably be at another council meeting with all you guys, but I just wanted to say thank you for working with you guys. It's since I've been in Smoky, I know you guys are having an election, and I hope all the best to everybody, but I just wanted to give you guys a little appreciation of my token. From the detachment. And yeah, it's gonna be a busy summer, I think, so.
Awesome.
Wow. All right.
Aw.
Thank you.
These are very
Thank you.
cool.
All right, and I'm out of here. See you guys.
See you tonight. Oh, that was nice.
So that's how all the delegations will run by.
Not gonna lie, I was talk a little
Would are like Carrie and Jen, are you guys okay to go next? Like,
Yeah,
just
sure.
yeah. I think you have a few minutes to set up or whatever, but.
We're going to sit here?
Yeah, but yeah, take your time. It's
I'm
no.
just gonna bring up the presentation.
Yeah.
My computer's going. The free tickets. Show them that name.
Free pass?
Yeah. My one jail card.
Get out of free-
Yeah. It was like Ellen.
Yeah, please, if you have one and you go to the bar and you.
I'm serious, it's.
I handed out the presentation for everybody to follow along. My computer's being slow, so I'll get it up as I can.
Okay.
Thank you. Talk about it.
That's side. You know, you guys can start. I just can't, my computer is being finicky here.
But we have the, right? Like,
Yeah.
the one?
Okay, very good. How much time do we have?
15 minutes is kind of the gauge, that's, I mean, when you go over that. That's right.
Okay, very good. So hi, thanks for having us. Thanks for the invitation, Evelyn. We're here to talk about essentially the role of council in public library service. So if you want to go to the third slide, the first two are just like decoration. Just a very brief overview. We have a piece of legislation that governs public library service. So this is the Libraries Act and a corresponding regulation, separate from the MGA. And this is a longstanding piece of legislation. You'll note it was first passed in 1907. We just did a revision last year that's been updated. And essentially the key element of public library service in Alberta is that it's locally based. It's a municipally based service. It's actually the municipality that decides whether or not there will be library service in a jurisdiction. And then once, and they do that by passing what we call an establishment bylaw, just basically a bylaw that says there will be a library board in this jurisdiction. That's all that it needs to say, actually. So once that bylaw, if it doesn't have a bunch of extra weird stuff in it, once that bylaw is in place, it never really needs to be modified or amended. We have a template for councils to use to kind of future-proof the bylaw itself. Once the bylaw is passed, the library board is then formed and is in fact a separate corporation. It has autonomy and authority over the service. And so the decision-making around public library service happens at the library board level. It is a legal entity, but there is an important relationship, obviously, between the board and council. I'm trying to be very brief here. Jen will dive more into sort of the role of council when it comes to public library service. But just to note that public library service in Alberta is municipally based, it's locally driven, based on local needs and local decision making. So on the next slide, you'll see a chart. It's a visual basically showing how the structure works. So on the left-hand side, there'll be us with administering the legislation, which the Libraries Act and Regulation has something to say about the Library System Board, Municipal Council, and as well as library boards. And so you'll see that council has a relationship with both the municipal board and the system board. And then the service delivery on the right-hand side. So the system board administers or operates the library system, which provides support to the local library board and the local library. But frontline service delivery happens at the local level at the local library. And so all of that is meant to kind of support that single point of contact. But a lot of it, there's a lot of mad paddling under the surface of the water. So the next slide just gives you a bit of an overview of the act and the regulation. They are, as I mentioned, separate from the MGA. So there's anything to do with public library service and governance will be found in the Libraries Act, not the MGA. The Act defines the governance structure for public library service. So this is where council gets its authority to create the library board, where it has the responsibility to appoint board members, etc. And then the regulation essentially outlines sound management practices for the library board. So this is where the requirement for the board to have certain policies, to do strategic planning, those kinds of things appear in the regulation. Both the act and the regulation are what is called enabling legislation. So it's designed to basically create a lot of flexibility for people to operate in. It gives the box and kind of says, this is what you need to do, but not necessarily how you do it. We can definitely speak to best practices for some of the things ensconced in the legislation. But there isn't necessarily, for example, library boards are required to have a plan of service. There isn't anything specific other than a couple of elements. It doesn't say anything, like it says it needs to be based on an assessment of community needs, but there's nothing saying how you do the assessment of community needs. So it's basically meant to offer maximum flexibility so boards can meet local needs. A little bit about us. We are housed within the Municipal Services Division of Municipal Affairs. I've been there since 2007. No, not in MSD, but we've been in municipal affairs since 2007. Our primary responsibility, of course, is to administer this legislation. We also have a grant program. The grants are paid directly to library boards. So the funding for library service flows through library boards, not municipalities. So it's separate from things like LGFF and those kinds of things. A couple other things, we provide training for boards and staff. We have what's called the Public Library Network that provides, again, an extra level of support for libraries to sort of be all they can be. Make sure full potential. So when it comes to the Municipal Library Board, mentioned already that the municipality decides whether public library service should be offered and thus passes a bylaw to establish that board. With the passing of the establishment bylaw, the board is created. And even though boards are accountable, there is accountability back to council for the service because they are delivering a municipally based public service on behalf of the municipality. It is the board that is responsible and is a separate corporation. So it has the ability to hire staff, has the ability to enter into contracts, can be sued, can sue, those kinds of things. Has a responsibility also to manage its own affairs, including its own financial affairs. So while there is accountability back to the council, there isn't necessarily a direct controlling role of council with the board. So the board is free to make decisions within the parameters of the legislation. I mean, there are instances where sometimes a board can go off the rails, so to speak. And that's where that accountability back to council comes in. But in the end, the board does make its own decisions and in fact has, I don't know, next slide. Yeah, it's on the next slide. Has a responsibility to deliver the service. Yes, so there's a slide on intermunicipal library board. I'm not gonna talk about that unless people, maybe at the end, if somebody has questions about that. It's essentially a type of library board with the same responsibilities and authority as a municipal board. But when it comes to the library board itself, section 12.4 of the Libraries Act does give a mandate and basically says that boards have full management and control over public library service in the community and has a responsibility to provide service that's comprehensive and efficient. So that's language directly from the legislation. And the boards provide this primarily through governing. They're not advisory boards, they're not operational boards, they are governing boards. And so they have a responsibility to engage in strategic planning, to create a policy framework whereby the service will be delivered, and to also, as I mentioned before, manage its own finances through proper budgeting and financial accounting. The board itself is also responsible for acquiring, acquiring sufficient funds to deliver the service. So the municipality generally is the primary funder. We are also a funder, but our funding is not meant to be the primary source of funding for public library service. And I think the funding helps reflect that. And then There's also a slide on the library system board, but I don't think we were really here to talk about that. It's essentially your municipality participates in the system. I am making an assumption that Evelyn is your rep. No, oh, you're the system board rep, okay. Should never assume, Carrie.
That's okay.
I guess the only thing I would say about that is it's very good for, it's important for the local board to have a connection with the system rep, even if you don't sit on the board. Do you sit on the local board? No, you
Local.
do,
I'm on the local board.
and on the system board?
No, I am.
Oh, okay.
I'm on a small communities committee, which is where. I
Oh,
was meeting
okay.
with all the-
All right.
So then that's.
Should have asked all these questions ahead.
Oh,
Sorry about that. So the system is meant to support local library service delivery. So if the local library board has determined, hey, we need a certain type of service level from the system, then hopefully that's being funneled through the system rep back to the board table, and those decisions are made there. With that, I'm gonna turn it over to Jen, and she's going to explain the role of council.
Yeah, so specifically how the council relates to the board, et cetera. And further to those accountability pieces, there are about, we've identified 9 specific roles for council when it comes to library service delivery. And the full 9 are outlined in the document that was handed out, municipal councils and library boards, roles and responsibilities. I'm not gonna focus on all 9, but I will focus on the main ones. The first one of which Carrie has already mentioned, but it's the decision to make on whether or not there will be library service in the community. So that's obviously happened. We've got a library board here. Another main role for council is to appoint the board members. So and I'll talk a bit more about it in a minute, but all board members must be appointed by council. Sorry. Another main role for the municipality is to fund the library service. There is in the legislation, it does state that public libraries must be supported by some local tax dollars. You guys are considered the primary funders of library service. It doesn't always mean you're the main funder, but you are the first funder in most cases, right? The municipality has to be providing funding to the library board in order for the library board to be eligible for a grant, et cetera, those kinds of things. And then the other part is holding the library board accountable for the finances. So because the library board is expending local tax dollars, the library board needs to be able to demonstrate through their financial review that the money that they received was provided and used to deliver public library service, and also the budget. So the money that the library board is asking for needs to demonstrate that library service is being delivered. But the creation of the budget is the library board's responsibility. Council does not have the authority to approve the budget. All council can do is approve the amount that the library board is asking for out of council in the budget. So again, it's corporation to corporation relationship, but also accountability blended in. So but the library board needs to be able to speak to council and say, like, here is what we want to spend the money on. Here's, our vision for public library service, and council can support that by providing the funding that's being asked. That also means that council is responsible for approving the financial reviewer as well, and determining the level of review. So you guys at the council table determine whether the library board has to do an audit, has to do a review engagement, or a compilation engagement. Those are decision-making is with you guys, and who actually does the review is up to you to decide as well. And whenever that reviewer changes, then you also have to approve the new reviewer. So there's some other, the other 9 responsibilities, I guess, are in the other 5. The other one I'll just highlight is that there is a responsibility it doesn't say it, it's implied, but there's communication. The library board should be communicating with council. So that council is aware of how the service is being delivered, but there is no authority for those kinds of things when it comes back to council, right? So library boards should be sharing their plan of service with council, so council understands when they're making funding decisions, those kinds of things. Receiving, just if you want to see board minutes, those kinds of things. There's nothing legislatively requiring that, but it might be a good idea. And some councils do ask library boards to submit. In terms of appointments, it is so important for risk management that council is doing the appointing. If board members are not legally appointed by council, then it puts the board at risk because they're acting then as private individuals, not as appointed individuals using that corporate power or that corporate status of the board for protection when they're dealing with finances and all those personnel, those kinds of things. So it's really crucial that appointments are done well. And also there is a slight risk to council too, because if board members aren't appointed and you're giving them $20,000 of local taxpayer dollars and they're going off and spending them, that's not a good thing. So appointments, very, very important. When it comes to them, I have also had a document passed out around called best practices for appointments. Please refer to that. It has all the nitty-gritty in there. But what I will say at this point is when you are appointing individuals, please make sure you're giving them at the very least an end date of when the term ends. So it is clear and transparent that as of this day, they are no longer a board member, that term is up. And then if you as council decide you want to appoint them for another term, the new term starts. You put in a start date, an end date, and off you go. There's some examples in the document, etc., but very important. That is very clear. And the terms cannot exceed 3 years. We do review appointments when library boards submit their annual report. And if we do identify issues, then we will approach the board and or municipality to have those appointment issues remedied. So I'm not going to talk about the library system board appointments. That information is in that document and on your slide as well. It's just kind of handy for you to have that information all together, as well as the do and do nots. In terms of, I've kind of jumped ahead just in the sake of time. I'm on board accountability now with budget and local appropriation. Again, it's just to really emphasize that there is accountability, but not necessarily authority when it comes to the relationship with council. I think in summary, I would basically just say that the two entities do need to work together on the last slide now, respecting each other's authority and autonomy, right? Both are corporations. The library board is responsible for library service, and council is responsible for the governance of other municipal services. So you need to find a way to work together between those two to have a good relationship. And the main way of doing that is through that communication. So, and respecting the autonomy of the organization. So, yeah, I think that's it in a nutshell. Yeah.
Questions?
Yeah.
Hoping you have lots of questions.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I have a question. Our board, we have a lovely board, very good board. And I think have a good relationship with council as well. You don't really have any issues there. Some of the questions that I guess I was looking at is about appointing.
Okay.
So we have some long-term members, right? So is it acceptable to the 3-year term ends to reappoint them if they're wanting to
Yeah, so as Carrie mentioned, the legislation is enabling. So there is a clause in the legislation that says for municipal library boards, 3 consecutive terms. However long those terms are, up to 3 years, so you can serve technically a maximum of 9 years, 3 consecutive terms. But because the legislation is enabling, there's also a clause in addition that says if council chooses, they can appoint an individual for more than 3 consecutive terms. It just needs to be done by a special resolution acknowledging that council is exceeding the 3 consecutive terms. And so why that exists is because, recognize small communities have a smaller pool to draw from. Maybe you have someone really, really good and you want to keep them on the board. Maybe it's succession planning, whatever. There are reasons why you may wish to have a person sit longer than 3 consecutive terms. So out of respect to that, there is that ability. Why there is a limit of 3 consecutive terms is to make sure that in theory, that the board does have changeover, new blood, if you will, bringing in different perspectives and ideas from other community members and giving the rest of the community an opportunity to serve. So, yeah.
Special resolution needs to be passed by 2/3.
Yeah.
And probably the reason you thought I was a library board member is because I was asking you so many questions about money, because I was looking for more money for the libraries, because that's actually, we were talking, I was telling you about how Lamont County formed their own board, even though they don't have specifically a library, and you didn't really like that idea when we were talking about it, because you said you prefer more the intermunicipal model. I'm not sure if you remember that discussion that we had. Because I was telling you how James was saying how it was a way of, for our county, the suggestion was that our county form their own library board, but they would take what money they could get, they would funnel out to the other libraries, potentially ours. And then you said you actually preferred the intermunicipal library model at the time.
Okay.
That's why one of the
Right.
reasons why I wanted you to come speak to
Okay.
when you were at our town and county is because I viewed that as a way of that model working well.
Yeah, so, I mean, my preferences don't really matter. Again, it's that idea of local decision making. So just to speak to the intermunicipal board piece. So an intermunicipal board is essentially a single board that serves more than one jurisdiction. So for instance, if such a thing were to happen here, you could have an intermunicipal board that serves both town of Smoky Lake and Village of Wasetna, or County of Smoky Lake, Village of Wasetna, and Town of Smoky Lake. I'm getting mixed up. So it's multiple jurisdictions, one board. Most of the time it's 1-to-1, so one jurisdiction, one board. In terms of the funding, all of our funding to library boards, maybe I should let you speak to it. Okay. It's a per capita amount with the addition of a $9,000 base amount. That's how the funding works. And that would be the same whether it's a municipal board or an intermunicipal board. So, and it's per board, not per jurisdiction. I think sometimes that gets confused. Not to throw him under the bus, it's a little unfortunate because I don't think James fully understands how our funding structure works. So he's making a few assumptions that I think might be incorrect. So if there were an intermunicipal board in this area, it would be the per capita, there would be a larger per capita population, plus that $9,000 base grant. The thing is, Smoky Lake County does not currently have a municipal library board. If one were to be created, there would be a requirement in order for that board to be eligible for a grant for the county to put in a $2 per capita minimum. I don't know at the moment, and I don't know if you know off the top of your head if the county's independently putting funds in, but that could represent new money for the county. So that would be a decision best left to the county as to whether they want to take on that additional financial responsibility. as it stands, there is funding for the county population. Provincial funding for the county population is currently going to Northern Lights. And then I believe Northern Lights is dispersing a portion of that back to the town of Smoky Lake Library Board and the Village of Wasatna Library Boards. So there is provincial funding going out for those populations. The only thing is we don't know if there's the local funding is part of that because it's not that funding is not contingent on the county putting any money in. So so that it gets a little murky because there is sort of a middleman and it's not entirely clear. It's certainly because of course, when the money comes to your board, it says it's coming from Northern Lights, but it's actually provincial funds.
Yeah.
It's not money from Northern Lights' revenue or financial base. Yes.
I just had a question too about the approval of the auditor. So the library board would just submit to the town of Smoky Lake when they're getting, like, it has to get it approved. And then if they're changing, the auditor would have to.
Yeah, so each, again, enabling, each community does it a little bit differently, right? So I'm not too sure what the process currently is in your community, but in some places, yes, the library board goes out and finds the financial reviewer and then gives the information to council to say, like, can you please approve this reviewer? In other places, council does decide who the reviewer is and lets the library board know, and then there's a mix of sort of in between. So really, like when I talked about communication, like that's really all local decision making so that you in your communities can decide what works best for your relationships and how you want that procedure. Similarly, like with library board recruitment, right? In some cases, the library board goes out and finds the people that they would like to sit on the board. Sometimes council just says this person will be on the board and then there's a mix of it. So yeah, local decision.
Just one follow up on that. So our library board has had people auditing it for the same, they donate their time.
Okay.
Now, if that changes in the future, that is when it would have to come to council just for like a, hey, heads up, and can you
Yeah,
approve
so-
a new person or?
Well, council can approve it or can choose the person at any point, right? If they get a financial review from the library board, because the library board needs to be submitting their financial review to council for that accountability. And if council looks at it and doesn't like it, they can say like, you guys need a new reviewer. But otherwise, it's pretty much status quo. So until the board needs to change for whatever reason they want to, or the person moves away, then it stays. And then once that person is out of the picture, a new person has to be presented and approved. Thank you.
May I just have one last question, and that is going back to money, finding more money. I noticed that yeah, because you have the grants, but then I've also seen, and this probably is independent from you, but I just want to bring it up because you have more knowledge of it. And that is, I see often that they'll have a society that is like Friends of the Library. So that's quite commonplace. So that's a way for them to access non-profit, like to grants and
Lottery
so on.
dollars mostly.
Yeah,
Yeah, so the benefits of having a society in the community, I mean, societies, they're formed through the Societies Act, they should have corporate status of apply for it and have it. Once they do that, the benefit of societies would be that typically they apply to CRA for charitable status. So then they can issue tax receipts for donations, which is an incentive for the community to provide additional funding. And then also societies can access those lottery dollars. So they can do bingos or things like that a library board can't because it's publicly funded. And then the two organizations, the society and the board, need to work together to make sure that the society, because typically they're different board members, that the society isn't going off and fundraising for a fireplace in the library that the library doesn't really need or want or have space for, true example. So yeah, those kinds of things. Yeah.
No, that's why I'm asking, is because I've heard of a model where they've done that with FCSS as well too, that they have like
Okay.
Friends of FCSS.
Yeah.
And do it, And I sit on two different boards, and one of them is the kind of the society arm of the other board as well, too. A lot of members cross over, but
Yeah.
like some difference, but enough crossover between
Yeah,
the
there needs to
two.
be communication, but they are separate into separate organizations.
Yeah, so that's just the second like another option for money for the library.
For sure.
Okay.
All my questions.
Okay, well, our contact information is also available there, so if you think of anything else, please don't hesitate, and thank you very much.
Thanks for coming over.
Compliments again, Carrie knows how to pronounce Wasetna. And I was shocked when I was sitting in Edmonton and you
Because I
said
worked
that.
at Northern Lights for 8 years.
Yes, so you.
Yeah.
So
That's how I learned.
our Wasetna colleagues are not here to witness that.
Well, actually, I did meet with the chair of WSETNA a few weeks ago, so I was able to wow her with my pronunciation prowess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much. Safe travels. Alrighty, we'll now move to 4.3 with Israel Wiseman.
Thank you.
Your audit, welcome. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll start.
Hi, I'm Mel.
Hi, Mel.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, my name is Mary Ann Trotsky Zurinsky.
I couldn't type that far.
Evelyn Copes.
And I'm Israel Wasserman. So, thank you guys for letting me be your auditor this year. I just want to reiterate, I'm here for council. It's very important that, oh,
Do you know, sorry, I just thought of it, do you know our supporting staff and do we introduce?
I assume they worked together.
we've got,
Yeah.
Briefly, but I'm Rochelle, I manage SCSS.
oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, the council questionnaire that I send out every year, and I will be sending that out every year. And sometimes you'll look at it and think, oh, not again. But that's your guys' opportunity to communicate to me what you feel like I need to concentrate on. If there's anything that you're worried about, is there anything you want me to focus on, that's your opportunity. You don't have to stick to those questions. If there's just general information you want to put in there, you guys put that straight in there. Council also has the ability to contact the auditor directly as well. You don't have to go through management. You guys can contact me with direct questions as well, okay? There was an audit findings report that I've sent out, and I believe you guys all received it. It's a very standard audit findings report. I'm not going to go through it line by line. If there's ever anything in there that I think I need to bring to your attention, that's when I'll go through it. And even then, sometimes there's audit finding reports that, you know, I put it in there just to cover my own butt. So someone says, why didn't you put that in there? But yeah, if there's anything I think I need to bring to your special attention, I'll put it into that report and then we'll go over that report at this meeting. That doesn't mean we didn't find anything wrong. In every audit, there's always adjustments and corrections, and I work with management staff and we go through the books with a fine tooth comb and we make adjustments throughout the audit. Then I provide my adjusting journal entries to Crystal and she'll enter them into the system and we make the systems match. There's a management letter that we send out. Council often asks for a copy of that management letter. It's a communication to them of areas where I think they should improve on or any recommendations that I have for them. The management letter is recommendations. They're not, you must do this, because if it was you must do this, it would be on the audit findings report. So there was one recommendation, and it's a common issue that I find in municipalities is that their tangible capital asset subledger doesn't always sync with what they have on their general ledger. So I just expressed that it's very important that they get that to sync up, because eventually it could find its way onto the audit findings report, especially if those differences continue to grow. Because at some point, it could create a material difference where your amortization allocations to different project areas can be skewed, okay? And that was the only thing. So that leaves the financial statements. Now, this is also important where you guys can provide me feedback. I've had council presentations that's lasted over an hour because the council wanted detail and we went line by line. We went through the schedules, we went through the notes. I have council's presentations that last 10 minutes. Because they don't want to know anything, they just want to highlight the high points and then let us get on to our business. So you guys, I'm gonna kind of go over two main statements. I'm gonna go over the statement of operations and I'm gonna go over the statement of financial position. I'm not gonna go through the schedules and I'm not gonna go through the notes. But if there is more detail that you guys want, we can just pull that information up. I've got all my working papers here and we can answer as many questions as you like. Okay? So with that being said, we'll start with the financial statements and the statement of financial position. So that would be page 5 of the financial statements. Looking at the statement of financial position, we have actuals from 2024 and the actuals from 2023. Very important when we look at financial statements that you're comparing information. You never just look at 2024 or a single year by itself. You always have something to compare to, either that prior year or budget. Okay, so your financial assets comprise of cash, restricted cash, your receivables, due from other government, and your notes receivable. Your 2023 actuals, if you take a look at the total financial assets was 7.5 million. And your total 2024 financial assets were almost 6.3 million. So that's a decrease of $1.2 million. Taking a look at your cash, you see that your cash has decreased by $500,000, 500,000. Now, there was a 2.7 million increase in cash from your operations, but then we spent 300,000 on the purchase of capital assets. And then there was 179,000, which we allocated to restricted cash. And that's how we ended up with the net decrease of 500,000. Your restricted cash increased by $178,940. 140,000 was an increase to your deposit liabilities. So funds you're holding in trust for other people or entities. There was a small 38,000 increase in government grant funds. Your current taxes receivable or your tax receivables, they decreased by 56,905. Looking at the details, and there is a note for it, you'll see that your current taxes, the current portion increased by 28,000, but the arrears portion decreased by 64,000. And I think we all know what that decrease was. There was some tax recovery sales as well. Your trade and other receivables went up by 77,900. 68,000 of that was your utility receivables that increased. Your due from other government went down by 1 million. And that's simply because we collected funds that the government owed us. And the biggest one would be 1 million for the AMWWP grant, Alberta Municipal Water and Wastewater Projects. Your land held for sale went up by 125,000. You had one lot purchase. You had two lots that had some minor costs allocated and increased in their adjusted cost base. And then you sold 13 lots, and those 13 lots sold for around 15,000 a piece. And that is your financial assets. Now we move on to the liabilities. You'll see that your total liabilities also went down. They actually went down by 1.5 million. So the liabilities went down by 300,000 more than the assets. Therefore, when you look at your net financial assets, which is your financial assets minus your debt, that actually increased by 307,000. The major increase in liabilities would be 380,000 in your accounts payable, but that's your trades payable. That kind of an increase could happen depending on when the year end falls in relation to the check run date. And so you often see those big fluctuations in your trade payables. In your deposit liabilities, you have 100,000 increase. And that is due to the tax recovery sale. So when you sell that property, you receive the funds, but you have to hold it in your liabilities until you eventually give it to the previous title holder. Your deferred revenue, that decreased by 1.9 million. Again, due to that AMWWTP project. Deferred revenue just simply being funds you either received or funds that you've been approved but haven't spent it yet. And then that leaves us with our non-financial assets, all your hard tangible assets. Not a lot of material changes other than the tangible capital assets. You'll see the increase of 2.5 million. That's, like I said, a $3 million in purchased assets and then 500,000 in depreciation or amortization, giving us the net 2.5. All in all, your total accumulated surplus went from 10.6 million to 13.5. That's a 2.9 million increase, which you'll see on the next statement is equal to our net surplus for the year. So going to the next page, page 6 is your consolidated statement of operations and accumulated surplus. In this statement, we look at variances not only between the prior year, but we also look at the variances with the budget, 2024 to budget, 2024 to prior year. Looking at the first few areas, there's not a lot of material changes. Your total net municipal taxes, there was only a $7,000 variance versus what you guys projected. And that's, because you guys project with very specific details when you do the tax assessments and the bylaw. Your user fees and sale of goods was only a $12,000 variance. This is where actually the area I see the most and the largest variances. And when I saw it was only a $12,000 difference than what you projected, I was like, wow, I was amazed. Yeah. Your penalties and costs on taxes, $3,800 difference compared to budget, a $400 difference compared to last year. Your franchise and concession contracts was a $4,000 difference compared to projected, $75 difference compared to last year. Doesn't make for a good presentation. I'm nothing to talk about or wow you guys with. Your licenses and permits had a $4,000 variance. Other revenue had a $7,000 variance. Investment income, it had a $51,000 variance compared to budget, but that's because most councils are very conservative when they're projecting their investment income. They don't want to over project. Your total rentals, $300 variance. And your government transfers for operating, a $389,000 variance from budget and a $32,000 variance to actuals. Now, one of the biggest reasons you have a variance to your budget is the prior auditor netted out the solar project grant. So they wouldn't report the revenue, but they also didn't report the expenses. In my feeling, even though it is a flow through, it's still understating your revenues and it's understating your expenses. So I show that $200,000 grant in the revenue, and you'll see down below, you'll see a variance in the same area. I show a $200,000 expenditure. So overall, the total variance between budget and actual for revenues is a 424,000, or about 10%. And the difference between the prior year was only 174,000. Going down to expenses, not much difference. You look at if we go right to the bottom and we take a look at your total expenses. Total budgeted expenses was 3.7 million. The total actual expenses was 4.3. So that's a difference of 565,000. Got me a little excited until I realized you guys don't budget for your amortization, which happens to be 500,000. So again, doesn't leave me with a lot of variances. Your general administration had a $9,000 difference. There's 30,000 in budget. So overall, about a $20,000 difference between what you budgeted for in your general administration, what actually came in. Legislative services, 32,000 variance. Your transportation had a $90,000 variance, but again, that's amortization is heavy in the transportation area. $249,000 variance in environmental. Again, you have 80,000 amortization alone in water distribution. Wastewater, there's 150,000 more than last year and 170,000 more than projected. 47,000 of that is due to amortization. And then recycling and waste management was very immaterial differences. Recreation culture. Your actuals decreased by almost 50% over last year. But obviously you guys were anticipating that because the total difference between what you projected was only 16,000. So you look at other expenses, which is your solar and your gas. Your solar and your gas, this is where that $200,000 project flows through. So you'll see that 132,000 variance there. It was 132,000 more. Once you take out that $200,000 solar project, you end up with a 70,000 less than what you had projected. Overall, your total annual surplus was a difference of 141,000 compared to what you had projected.
Marianne has a question.
Do you
want us
do you
to?
want
Yes,
now
no,
or
that was good.
okay, later? And it's, you're doing such a wonderful job explaining it and I'm learning, so thank you. So did you touch on the planning and development in the expenses? So what was budgeted and then the increase to what actually was,
Oh, yeah,
there wouldn't
we
be
can,
much amortization, would there?
let's take a look. Planning and development, 55,000.
Equipment, I'm not sure.
Equipment would be capitalized.
Or sorry, for what would be?
Usually it's land sales, right? But I wanna look to be sure, but usually land sales aren't projected. But I'll take a quick look here. Planning and development. 65.
Would it be okay to just have a quick recess? While you check that?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Going.
So do I, I'll go after you. We don't know.
Are you calling it formally? No?
Sorry, and it was just that we were talking about the amortization. So I like what you said about budgeting into the actual budget, so. In land development, I can't think what would be.
Well, in land development, what it is there was a I'll repeat it.
Yeah,
and everyone
sorry,
knows
no,
that.
no, I'll wait, well, I didn't mean to.
Oh, no.
Catch you, or not catch you, just say it off guard.
Oh, no, it's really important. Like I said, I'm here to answer your questions. The worst thing for me is if I leave here and then you guys are left with questions you never got answered or asked.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
Crystal, sorry.
Ready? Okay, so like I had mentioned, in planning and development, the biggest thing that doesn't get budgeted for is land sales and land purchases. So this is the expense side, you have a total $55,000 variance between your budget and your actual. There was $90,000 in land purchases and land additions that wasn't budgeted for. But then your salary and wages were 20,000 less than what you had projected. And your contract services were 14,000 less. So you have the 90,000, and you subtract that under, or that over budget of 34,000, and that gives you your 55,000 variance.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Some other areas that municipalities tend not to budget in is your government transfers for capital. So the total actual revenue for capital purchases from the government was 2.8 million. You had other non-government capital grants of $77,910. And then gain on disposal of tangible capital assets, meaning you just simply sold those assets for more than what they were sitting on your books for, of 18,000. Your total annual surplus was 2.9 million, and that is the amount that your accumulated surplus increased by on the statement of financial position. Yes.
Okay, so the 2.8 million, like compared to last year.
Yeah.
So what's the?
Do you want to know exactly? Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I do. I got it. It's a little significant. I was like. Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
Okay. So there's MSI, which is 175,000. Do you want to know which projects?
No.
Nope. Okay, MSI is 175. The community building fund, which is 79,193. And then, of course, the AMWWP, Alberta Municipal Water and Wastewater Project, is
The reservoir,
2.6
yeah.
million.
Okay,
And then you had that 77 other capital, 15,000 was an ATCO grant.
okay.
Oh, yeah.
And the housing, the HAF grant was 62,900.
Perfect. Should have known the big number is always the
Yeah.
water reservoir.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's it.
Cleared it right up. Wow.
And after that, there's your consolidated statement of changes in net financial assets. You have your statement of cash flows. That one really confused people trying to go through that one. It basically just shows you that you started with total cash at the beginning of the year of 908,000. And then the reported cash on your financial position was $397. So if you go through that statement line by line, it shows you all the cash coming in and all the cash going out and where it came from. And so it is useful to see in terms of cash flow. Schedule 1 is your tangible capital assets schedule. That's on page 9. It breaks it down by land improvement, buildings, engineered structure, machinery and vehicles, shows you all your purchases, disposals, and all the increases in amortization. Schedule 2 is your state schedule of property taxes. And yeah, there's like 35 pages of a lot of useful information. A lot of information you have to put in there.
Questions?
So at this point, all you guys have to do is when you approve or make a motion to approve the financial statements, I just need a copy of the management letter signed. And then not the management letter, the management responsibility letter. And then the copy of the financial position signed by the mayor and one council member. And then I'll get the first sent off tonight.
I have the SIR information for you too.
Okay, so thanks.
Evelyn, you got a question?
So I have a question about debt limit.
Yes.
Okay. Because, in your opinion, are we being a little too conservative, as in small c conservative, with our debt limit? Like, that is something that was pointed out to us when we did our strategic planning, is that, and I've heard that from 2 different areas. I heard it in a course on municipal finance that I took, that they talk about how municipalities tend to be a little bit too conservative with their debt limit. And then also that when it came to our strategic planning, that is also when their financial person looked at it and said that we could be using it more. What is your opinion when you see that? Because you have other municipalities that you can compare that to. Because what it means is we could use a little bit more to invest in the community. That's why I'm asking.
Well, I, as an auditor, I'm not, that's kind of beyond my,
Okay.
but I don't mind answering because I'm
Okay.
passionate about those kind of questions.
Okay, good.
So if you guys don't mind, I'll take the auditor hat off
Okay.
and I can answer that question. When looking at, you can't look at your debt limits and just by looking at the numbers, go, oh, well, you're not using it enough. Because the question really is, are you providing the services to the municipality that they need to have, or that you guys want, or that you were elected to implement? If you guys have everything that you've been elected to implement, you have everything that the municipality needs, why would you just go and increase your debt simply because it's not the number that someone feels like it should be on there? So you gotta look at your needs first. You gotta look at your capital plan, your 5-year capital plan, look at your cash flows. That's what decides that decision, not the number. Because you don't want to just incur debt and then incur interest, and now you got to raise that by taxes or some other means. But look at your needs, look at what your plans are. Then do you have to incur debt to achieve those goals?
Okay. Well, thank you for taking the hat off
Yeah.
for a minute.
Yeah.
I do appreciate, because I mean, that is something I hear, again, it is a conversation piece amongst counselors. I almost sometimes wonder if it's like, to show that we know what we're doing fiscally, we're gonna talk about the debt limit, because I know of a municipality nearby that they're gonna have to ask the government to increase the debt limit, because they've maxed it out.
Yeah.
And then that's why when I look at this, I'm just trying to get a better idea when it comes to making decisions, and you've kind of answered that
Yeah.
question. Not to look at this, but not necessarily use this as cha-ching, let's start adding to our a debt limit when it comes to infrastructure investment. So
Yeah, exactly.
there's other factors in play. Okay. No, thank you. I have another question. You identified that this is on under salaries and benefits disclosure. So you designated officers, you said that there's 2 positions
Mhm.
that this accounts for? Sorry, and then what page are you on? Sorry.
That would be page 30, note 16.
And if my question is, what are these designated officers' positions? Crystal?
It's the property assessor and the fire chief as well as the deputy fire chief.
Perhaps we should actually say 3 positions, not 2. It said 3 positions last year. But I noticed in our note, it said 2, like in our communication, we're referring to 2. So I just switched that to 2. I wasn't sure.
So is it, okay,
The only mandatory designated officer position is the municipal assessor. That's the only mandated one. The other ones, you guys decide whether you want to include them as a designated officer.
and then that's why, okay, so that's why you automatically, you're saying that's
I'll
mandated.
always
How do
always
you go about
include the
doing that?
municipal officer.
Okay.
Yeah. But if you guys created a bylaw that said that, you know, your bylaw officer is your fire chief and everyone's gonna be a designated officer, then I have to include them until you guys change that bylaw.
That's right, yeah. No, I'm just curious about that, because I've been looking at the.
Yeah.
Asking about that for a while, because it's interesting that the names are listed, and then when it comes to that. On the financial statement, it's always this ambiguous designated officer, and sometimes that's where you see millions of dollars on other municipalities, so that add up. And then if I may, just one last question, that's under accounting policies.
Yep.
And K, I was just curious about the contaminated sites. When you, that, on a financial statement, so, a liability for remediation. So how does a contaminated site, okay,
Okay,
I'm a little
so
bit
there's 2 things that are different now. They used to have, where now you have contaminated sites and you have asset retirement obligations. So a contaminated site would be a situation where an unplanned contamination, a gas station, something spilled that created the contamination. A leak from the lagoon that, you know, polluted a bunch of, that's the contamination, something like that would be under contaminated sites. Lagoons, old landfills. Then you have things like asbestos in a building, right? You intentionally well, not you, but
yeah, I know.
the construction people intentionally installed asbestos in a
Yeah.
building. And that created a future retirement obligation or liability when that asset becomes out of service. Or if you guys materially do a remodeling where that asbestos has to be addressed. So it's a very fine line. And when we're looking at, there's this big map we follow and say, is this question true? Go this way. If this question's true, go this way.
Okay, all right. Yeah, but it has to do specifically with town-owned land. when it-
Yes,
contaminated
all
site.
town load.
Okay,
Yeah,
Town
please
owned.
Scroll down,
or town-owned property, I guess, is a rather,
Yes.
okay.
and if we go to. Note 12 and note 13. So note 12, if you take a look, the landfill site, like I mentioned,
Mhm.
and then you have gas well sites. Those are your 2 contaminated.
Thank you very much.
And then the asset retirement obligation, I actually did a restatement of prior year's financial information. And restated 2023.
Thank you for answering my questions. All right.
Well, thank you very much. That was
Thank you
good.
for having me.
All right, you mind if we take a 2-minute break? What is that? Official recess?
I did not.
We have to
We have to sign, don't we?
Oh, you don't need to sign.
No, that, I was gonna say it's fair, period. 45 minutes is late, so,
Nice.
yeah.
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order at 11:15 and we'll move along to administrative reports, 6.1.
Maybe minutes.
Oh, right, see, that's why I
Sorry.
have to go in order.
And Bell's coming at 1.
Okay, we will back up and we will go to adoption of previous minutes and now. Okay, Mary Ann, 3.1.
Yeah, so I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake reconsider March 31st, 2025 regular council meeting defeated motion number 269-2025 that the town of Smoky Lake adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting held on February 24th, 2025 as amended, or sorry, just to reconsider the motion.
Right, so we're just calling to reconsider. All in favor?
Oh, can I ask for a recorded vote on this one, please?
The reconsideration?
Yeah.
Okay.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay.
You have to say who's in favor.
Okay, Mel Morton, Marianne Foster-Zewicki, and Amy Turnage in favor, and Evan Cole opposed. Okay, so it's carried.
We have 2/3.
Yeah, we have two, yeah, sorry.
Okay, so, may I, put
Yeah.
a motion on the floor, and then if there is a required discussion, then I can expound on that, or, if not, I'll just, so I'd like to, move that the town of Smoky Lake adopt the February regular council meeting minutes as amended to motion 185 on page 28 to number 4, year 4, change the year from 2025 to 2028. And motion 204, moved by Councillor Cobes, that the town of Smoky Lake extend the February 24th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes, and that the motions 203 to 205 inclusive be adopted as presented from the original draft minutes from the March 10th, 2025 agenda package for the regular council meeting.
Carly.
So I re-listened to the video, so the motion 185 is like, we'll amend it. But as for the motions that were subsequent, they're in subsequential order as to the recording. So it should be as the video is recorded.
Okay. And,
Yeah, go ahead.
okay, so, and that's, so, what I'm trying to capture is that I am using the minutes that you prepared for March 10th, okay? And I too listened to the video, and I encouraged others to review it. And so we have, I'm not in favor of myself making the motion when I believe it was according to the video, Councillor Cobes. So that's my amendment, and that in sequential order was that we were in closed session. Yes, it's a mistake. We made a motion to extend the meeting, and then we came out of closed session. So of the,
So
you can pull up the video, but I would be supportive of that motion with the amendments if the rest of council, and yes, it does, it's incorrect. We made a motion incorrect, but we were deferred it to admin based on the former CAO Phillips. She said that you would like to watch the video, so.
Yeah, good, I don't, we'll let Mel.
I just
speak.
wanted to I just want to clarify, so same thing, but just it's saying, I think you guys are saying the same thing.
I think so too.
Yeah.
From what we have in the minutes in the agenda package is the correct order as of today. Like what's how I amended it from the February 24th meeting.
It does say council code.
Right, but the verbiage is different, if I may. The verbiage is different from your original minutes presented at March 10th. The motion is that Deputy Mayor Prosky Zarewski, myself, I would like that amended to Councillor Cobe. And that the town of Smoky Lake extend the February 24th, 2025 regular council meeting.
Okay, so you don't want it to say, we need to come at we came at a close to make the motion
Right.
to go back in.
Because we did it correct. Just leave it as a mistake.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, just leave it as
Okay.
a mistake. We made a mistake.
okay,
Now scratch that from the recording.
And if I may, and further to that, and thank you, Carly, for doing that. But when you revised those minutes, it's almost like 3 actions. Come out of closed, extend, go back into closed. And each time we do an action, we call a question and we vote. So by putting 3 actions into one motion, I think it's more taking it out of context. So I'd rather just go with the original, change the name. That's for my best interest, and you can vote against it, but I don't know how to advance this any further.
I would,
Yeah, Carly.
I would just make the friendly amendment of what you just spoke, just for, just put as amended, instead of trying to confuse the,
That's what she did, but is.
okay,
Yeah,
Yeah,
sounds good.
that's your motion to approve the minute as amended.
to approve the original minutes for the February 24th meeting as they appeared in the March 10th agenda package, amending motion 204 to Councillor Cope's name. And I feel that in my best interest, I am going to ask for a recorded vote at this point.
Okay. Any other discussion? No, I'll call the question. All in favor? And any opposed? And in favor was Melody Martin, Marianne Prosky-Zarewski, and Amy Trimichin, and opposed was Council Coles. Evelyn Coles. And that was carried. Okay. So we'll move to 3.2, March 27th budget meeting minutes.
It's my turn, isn't it? Sorry, I'm just sleeping over here today. I would like to make the motion that the town of Smoky Lake approve the March 27th, 2025 budget meeting minutes as presented.
Yes. And Marianne, did you?
I did have a little bit of a discussion, and we don't, thank you, Madam Chair. We normally don't discuss the minutes, but just my points of clarity. So in our agenda package, we have that we're rescheduling the budget meeting and we're appointing an interim, and that came in the March 31st regular agenda package. So this meeting did not take place on March 27th because there was no quorum. I'm not sure if you want to have on page 38, I'm not sure if you want to have that paragraph in the minutes. So just a point of clarity. Is that paragraph referring to the citing the procedural bylaw? Is that part of the minutes?
Sorry, Carly.
It's just more of a record to capture that there was no quorum present.
So I recall this happening previously a couple years ago and I didn't think we even had minutes, so it's just for clarity and
No.
We have to have minutes because we called meeting to order. And then as per the procedural bylaw, you have to wait a certain amount of time and then adjourn the meeting. So I like it because it does show what happened, because otherwise you got minutes of a meeting with nothing. Yeah, like it looks like past council would be like, why did you guys have a meeting and didn't do anything?
But
Just for.
okay, but so then the following meeting, the regular March 31st regular council meeting, you did reschedule the budget meeting, so the risk is that you didn't have a meeting, so you're rescheduling it.
We had a meeting, we couldn't do anything at the meeting, because you can't without quorum, you can't action anything, so we had a meeting. Just couldn't do anything.
Crystal?
I think it was more to find a date that worked for everybody to reconvene that budget meeting. As per the procedural bylaw says, this meeting must be reconvened and completed before the next regular council meeting. Because it didn't reach quorum, so that meeting should have happened before the regular meeting, but then the regular meeting was the next meeting, so we wanted to find a date that worked for everybody to attend. So it's not a rescheduled, it's trying to find a date that worked for everybody.
Okay, so thanks for clarifying, if I may, at this time, I know there is a motion on the floor, but I'll probably ask for, if we're putting it to the vote, I will ask for a recorded vote.
No. Okay, so I don't want to, like, we had a meeting, and we have minutes, so what do we need to, we have to pass minutes. We all know that, so what do we need to do? What are you comfortable with? You're comfortable with having a motion?
I'm sure it's gonna.
Well, no, I want to, and if it doesn't, then what? Then we need a motion to, like, what would your suggestion be? Remove that thing and have the motion in there. Like, we can't make motions. So how would we reflect that there was a meeting held? In my opinion, I want to have minutes from a meeting because I billed for this meeting. Because I prepared for this meeting, I came to this meeting and I sat here waiting for half an hour. So I billed $75 for this meeting. So I want to have a record that we had a meeting. We had it scheduled and people were here. So I don't know, we have to have minutes from it, but we can make motions. So what do you put in the minutes? This makes sense to me. That it's a record of what took place, an accurate record of what took place. So I guess my question was, sorry, I stopped. My question is, do you have, if you don't like the section that is in there, what would you suggest? I guess, how do we rectify it? Do you have something that would make you more comfortable?
Well, because the minutes are the minutes, right? I'm confident it will pass. I'm just
Okay.
asking for a recorded vote.
Okay.
All right, I guess I'll call the question in. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, in favor, Melody Morton, Evelyn Cobes, Amy Trinchen, and opposed, Marianne Foster-Zuski.
Thank you.
Carried. Evelyn?
I'll make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake accept the March 31st, 2025 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Marianne? Would you accept a friendly amendment to just switch the motion of the, or sorry, switch the, in the motion 281. On page 45, it just says that, the motion is, 232, it should be 231.
Carly?
I'm just reviewing this. My inventory of motions and the drafted minutes are the correct motion number.
So on page 45,
What is that on?
It's,
I don't follow the same.
7.7, is that what you?
Also, 8-1, not 3-2.
so my motions of inventory, after I draft the minutes, I put them into an inventory. And I have the correct number based on the March 10th minutes. And those minutes were adopted.
Yeah.
This to speak to the minutes. Crystal and I decided it's best practice that we're going to try and send out the draft minutes within 72 hours of me drafting them upon the intern's approval. That way we can catch these earlier. But on our record, the clerk's record side of things, my motions are correct. The numbers.
Okay, and so at this time, I'm gonna withdraw the friendly amendment.
All right. So I can call the question, everything good? Okay, all in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, we'll move to 3.4, March 31st, regular council meeting action list. Mel?
I'll make a motion to accept the March 31st, 2025 regular council meeting action list.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And 3.5, April 7th, 2025 budget council meeting minutes. Marianne?
I move to accept the April 7th, 2025 budget council meeting minutes as presented.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And 3.6, April 7th, 2025 budget meeting action list. It's your turn.
I'll make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake accept the April 7th, 2025 budget meeting action list as presented.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Okay, 6.1, administrative reports. No?
I'll put the motion on the table and then we can have discussion. I'll make a motion to accept for information administrative reports, March 27th to April 23rd, 2025.
So to open the discussion, huge thank you to everyone for half-masting the flags in honor of Pope Francis's funeral on Saturday. Thank you for being observant and mindful of that. And then just a couple questions in the reports. With first, the administration is that the congratulations on the approval of these 4 positions for the summer student grant. And is that down from last year when we had 6? Sorry, no pressure.
I believe last year we only got 2.
Oh, but in public
Don't
works.
quote me.
Public
And-
works combined.
For this year.
Well, it's 4 for
Yeah,
this year,
it's-
yeah.
Yeah, it's 1 for the sanitation, 1 for the office, and 2 for public works.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so then maybe the same as last year.
Not as many last year,
Okay, great.
but I can follow up with that.
And just wondering, It's too bad about the charger, the EV charger being out of warranty. That's unfortunate. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions? Evelyn?
So just with Public Works, there was a Facebook post about the trailer being too full. So it's quite common, I think, for it to be, there was the suggestion anyway that I saw for 2 trailers. Is that something that admin and Public Works have ever discussed? Just because I know there's so many people that are out in their yards, like it's the spring cleanup and so on. So I just thought it was interesting, the suggestion. So, yeah.
I just wanna answer that.
You want to
I do.
answer? Okay, okay.
Because it's a
Now, Councilor Morton has your back, John.
Watch out, John, I got it. It's a budget, it's a council thing, it's a budget item, it's about $15,000.
Okay, so all right, so you're answering that this is not the first time that somebody has asked about it, and because it's so much money, we don't do it, we just stick with the 1 trailer. So is there, okay,
And I can attest, I go there often and it's rarely overfull, like it's always got stuff in it, but I always feel it's handled quite well, so.
But Easter was bad, I will agree, she was absolutely right, it was a long weekend, spring cleanup, beautiful.
Sean and then Crystal?
So the landfill's open Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays. So we bring it every Tuesday and Thursday, depending on if it's
Well,
full enough to bring to the dump. So I just thought I'd clarify that for you.
I just wanted to mention there is a cost to also dump together each time.
okay, no, I just wanted to follow up on it. Thanks. And then also, so I included this in one of my reports, one of my council reports from before, and that is the tour of the CN station. So because there's a display case that was brought there. And when we were there, I was told that they did not want the display case there. So is there a way that we can contact?
yep, go ahead, Joe.
I talked to Ron and we're scheduling a time, we're gonna bring it back over to the meeting.
Perfect, thank you very much. And then just with the 2 rooms upstairs, they were full. They were kind of being used as junk rooms, so I'm not sure who, like that, is that us? Is that the town that has been using that space for extra storage?
From what I understand, it's the chamber. They use that space as a meeting room way back in the day.
Back in the day? Okay.
Yeah. So
So-
we would have to touch base with the chamber and see if that's their stuff or.
Okay, because I'm just curious as to who is responsible for cleaning up that room. Is that the chamber? It's not necessarily that I want to give it to Public Works. Is that it's something for the students, the summer students, once they start to do? Is that actually an ideal time? Because I'm not trying to direct admin who do you, or whatever, but just to say that it was something that we saw and it would be great to have those 2 rooms cleaned out. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Sorry?
Ditto.
Which is why I deliberately included someone else's name in my, when it came to that. So thank you very much. I just wanted to follow up on that. And then last but not least, it's exciting to see all the action that's going on around town on White Earth. Makes me so happy, as well as how the neighborhood and so on. So I just wanted to follow up on the demolition of the 2 buildings. So, because we've already passed a motion, it's already been included in or not, there isn't a motion? Okay, what's the status of that?
I believe it was first discussed at the preliminary budget meeting, and I don't think there was anything that came of that. In the past, we have done motions to proceed with the demolition and then had the legal description and kind of had a plan moving forward, but I don't think there's a plan with the tax recovery. Yet.
No.
Are we able, I guess my question would be, are we able to do the demolition? Is there a time frame first that we can't do it till after a certain amount of time, right?
I would have to get the information at the next.
You know what? Let's just make a
Bring it
motion
all back.
after this to look into that when you have time. Yeah. I believe there's a time frame that you have to wait before, on a tax recovery site.
Yes.
Evelyn?
I remember having this discussion, I remember having it during budget, so this is why and I remember that it was given to admin to follow up, so this was my way of following up on that discussion, so if we can make a motion after admin, or at the end of admin reports, that would be good, thank you very much.
Okay.
I now have a question for my development officer, So two things that I wanted to share with you. One, I was talking to the mayor of Bow Island, and he said that they were able to get more money from the same federal fund that we got our HAM. And it's his CAO that's really behind it, so I just wanted to ask you if you could potentially call the CAO of Bow Island and find out more about that. He seems to be really on top of this fund and the grants that are coming. I also had that included in a council report, so, but it seems I don't think they have a development officer. I think their CAO is the development behind it, but it sounded like they got more money. So if you could please follow up on them, I would sure like to find out if we could get more money too, or.
I talked to, I believe it was the CAO,
Okay.
I have his name written down and he did tell me that, but we had to do that when we did our 1-year reporting. If we wanted more money, we had to add more initiatives. So
Okay.
next year when we do our reporting is when we ask for more. Cause
Okay.
he told me that they asked for like 900,000 and got another 200,000.
Okay, all right, so that's what it is. Okay, and then the second one is, are we gonna, and maybe this is, are we gonna be talking about the two properties or the property, the duplex property? In closed session, is that what?
Like lot 8 and 9.
Yeah, like the ones on 50th, on the highway 855.
You didn't
know
know
what? No, we're not talking about that. It was at the last meeting.
So the reason why I wanted to follow up on that is because I was asked by someone who was trying, like, I was contacted and asked if we would consider something larger on that lot, that the RFP that's put out is making it very specific that we're looking for duplexes. And if we would consider opening it up a little bit more, making like a larger building, like quads, or even just one small apartment building. And so I wanted to follow up with you on that one. Should we be putting out an RFP out that's actually more generic, or making it sound like we're open to different options rather than two different duplexes?
The RFP right now, we reissued the RFP based off the recommendation from the March meeting, and it does say minimum 4-plex development. It's not saying it has to be a fourplex. It has to be at least 4 units. however
Okay.
much.
So it's this, so the person who approached me is misinterpreting the RFP then,
Yeah,
because it does say minimum 4.
and it'd be great, you could refer them to me, I'm the contact for it, and I'm on the RFP as well. Yeah, a minimum of 4 housing units, however they want, row housing, duplex, up, down, could be anything.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. All right. I hope,
Sorry, I just referred to my notes. Two more quick things. I believe they'll be quick. In the administration report, there's the Roger Tower construction, and that's scheduled to begin April 21st. It's been delayed a couple times. I'm just wondering where maybe, forgive me if I don't recall, but where we left off as council, it was pending CRTC approval. Has the agreement been finalized? So would you, is it the best practice to have a motion to bring it back to the next meeting, or?
Yeah, I can provide more information at the next meeting. I just have to look.
And if I may, it just, right now, I don't remember where we landed in terms of the height of the tower and then the annual or the monthly income for the lease and if we actually have a motion to execute the agreement.
Yeah, I would have to.
Forward facing, the public would have probably some questions, although we have the engagement session, just to be able to be in front of that. And then, so if it helps, I can make a motion, or the second thing is, I just concerned, so with the timing maybe, we had a motion from the previous, meeting, so it was on the action list, it was motion 284 to come back for this meeting, April 28th. And it was the water line reimbursement. So on the action list, it does say it's in progress. I think it was originally submitted on the February 24th or March 10th. And I'm concerned that we haven't gotten back to the customer now, and it's been almost 2 months.
John?
I made a mistake, for some reason, I submitted it to be on this agenda, cause you council wanted to, save it with the bylaw to review it. That was my mistake. I'll bring it to the next one for sure. I resubmitted it and for some reason it wasn't on the agenda, so that's my mistake.
If I may, I'm not pointing blame, I just want some follow-up if we need an extension or if there's anything. If I was the customer and I'm concerned about service delivery, I just want an answer maybe, or and we're waiting, so thank you for doing that. I guess we'll see it in May, right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you.
All right, Evan?
Just wanted to follow up on with John, for Public Works with the pest control. We go for pest control. Can you speak to it a little bit more? And the reason why I'm asking is because we had the one spring where it was delayed and it was a nightmare. So are you on top of our go for pest control?
They've been busy with that over the
Okay.
last couple of weeks. I'm not an expert on it, but apparently the males wake up first,
Yeah.
so they did kind of, first blitz, you could say. They're, the females are starting to come out, so they've been pretty on top of it. Obviously,
good.
it's,
That's-
it's quite there's a large amount of,
The big feet.
population to deal with, so.
I just would be remiss if I didn't say something at this time, just because of what happened 2 years ago, so that's why I wanted to do that. I also, if I could ask a question about FCSS, did you just take away my favorite person from Smoky Lake Inn?
I did not. No. I did not, and he's going to continue to work there as well.
Okay,
But we're very excited to have Sikaran join the team. His visa became open a couple weeks before this posting came out, which means that he can take on additional work, but he needs to continue to maintain his job at the inn with lesser hours. So we're working on his work schedule, but we're really excited to have him on board.
okay, so I was with mixed emotions that I read that, because I was simultaneously happy, but at the same time. Are you ruining something that is for me that, okay,
I honestly I feel he'll be such a fantastic fit just because of his experience in the community, the relationships he's already built, and his personal lived experience of immigrating. So I think it would be a great combination. So I'm really excited.
okay. Thank
All
you.
right. That's it. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? None opposed, so carried, and then we'll have a motion regarding moving forward with the demolition.
I'll make a motion for administration to bring back an update on if and when we are able to demolish the derelict houses on Willow Creek, I think. I don't have the address, but those are the ones.
Yeah. Two.
All right, all in favor?
That was quite the motion.
Slow and steady, man.
What am I voting on? You know.
Slow and steady.
Fill in the blanks.
Do you want a motion for the Rogers Tower?
Yeah, you can.
So I would move that the town of Smoky Lake administration bring back to the May 12th regular council meeting an update on the Rogers telecommunication tower to include the agreement and a review of the tower dimensions.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right. We'll move to 6.2, development quarterly update.
I don't really have anything to add.
Okay.
Just question.
Evelyn?
I'll make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake accept for information the Development Officer Quarterly Report from January 1st, 2025 to April 15th, 2025.
Any discussion, any questions? I'll call the question, all in favor? None opposed, so carried. And then we'll move to 6.3, quarterly financial reports.
I'll make motion to accept for information the attached except for information, the attached financial reports for January 1st to March 31st, 2025, items A through F as follows: operating position, council expense report, accounts payable listing, capital projects, community support report, actions.
Any questions? Marianne?
So thank you. The reports are very well done. So within the C, accounts payable listing, one comment or one question that will probably come up later in the budget, but not sure, not laying blame, but I know that we have a hot C or a car, something that washes things. We have a wash bay, and yet on the accounts listing, I see some payment to the car wash. So are we not able to?
Our hot sea is used for thawing out catch basins and potentially sewers and stuff like that. And we do have a wash bay with a small pressure washer, but it doesn't work as well for that really stuck on grime. Sometimes taking it to the car wash heater allows it to be cleaned much better than our pressure washer that we have.
So just a follow-up, if I may, so would it be on something on your wish list if we had a better pressure washer, or is it just?
Potentially, like the fire department got one. I'm not sure that that's something we could revisit at a later date.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying don't support local and don't go to the car wash, I'm just saying I'm trying to find the balance. It's
We don't typically use that one all of the time. We try to use this one when we can.
okay.
Sometimes if our equipment is really dirty, and sometimes we need a bit more of a intense cleaning.
Good to know, thank you.
Evelyn?
I have a question about what's under the MasterCard, and by the way, I really appreciate that you included, it's all included there. Bloom subscription, is that why I'm getting so many Bloom emails? Like, or what is the Bloom subscription? 2025.
Crystal?
So it's a membership to Bloom's webinars. So we've had administration take a few of the webinars. They're roughly $150 per webinar. So we decided to get an annual subscription, and they're all free. Well, not free, but they're included in the subscription. So there's webinars for staff to attend.
Thanks for clarifying that. Oh, sorry. Thanks for clarifying that, because I've been receiving sending me information and I'm getting PDFs, and I was about to actually contact them and say, there's been a mistake. I didn't sign up for it. And now you just clarified why we've been included on it. So thanks. I now know to take advantage of it. I just wanted to clarify, I think with Public Works, Danilek Landscaping and Bobcat Service, $7,329. That's for that 51st Street.
I'd have to look at that.
Says insulation clay to fix freezing water.
Well, that was down Cola Creek. This resident was saying that. Freezing issues down there over the past years. So this was a strategy we were doing to try to prevent that from happening in the future. That was before we insulated it in the roadway before the curb stop valve,
And it's a CC replacement too.
and it was part of that too. Yeah. And as far as I know, he hasn't had any issues this year with that.
All right, any more questions? If not, I will call the question. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And 6.4, utility reports for March 2025 billing, tax reports for April 2025. Mel?
No, sorry, go ahead first. My jumped the gun.
Well.
Your motion.
You just, okay, so sorry, just turning there. I moved that the town of Smoky Lake accept for information the written utility reports for gas, water, and solar services for March 2025 and the written tax report for April 2025 as presented.
Any questions? No?
Mine's more of a statement. Just all the work that we've done in our water loss. I just wanted to point out that we had that leak in March. That petrified me to see how much it was gonna be. But it's not that much more than last year because we had worked so much on, you know, our water loss. So I didn't cry too hard over it. A little bit. It's soggy pillow. I thought it would be more serious.
All right, any other questions? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And a few of these are pretty. So we'll go to 7.1, delegation, Sergeant Anita Doctor, Smoky Lake. VP.
I'll make the motion that town of Smoky Lake accept for information the presentation by Sergeant Anita Doctor, Smoky Lake, RCMP.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. 7.2, delegation Carrie Anderson, Jen Pringle, Alberta Municipal Affairs, Public Library Service Branch. Mel?
Make the motion, the town of Smoky Lake, except for information, the presentation by Carrie Anderson, Jen Pringle, Alberta Municipal Affairs, Public Library Service Branch.
Favor? None opposed, so carried. 7.3, delegation Israel Weiserman, Auditor JDP Weiserman, Marianne.
I move that the town of Smoky Lake approve the town of Smoky Lake 2024 consolidated audited financial statements year ended December 31st, 2024 in reference to the presentation given by Israel Wasserman, Chartered Public Accountants, CMA, JPD, Wasserman LLP, Chartered Professional Accountants, and the mayor and deputy mayor jointly signed the 2024 audited financial statements, and the interim CAO signed the management's responsibility for financial reporting letter.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. We'll skip 7.4 and move to 7.5, municipal intern.
Edwin, so I'll put a motion on the table that town of Smoky Lake accept for information the update from administration regarding the municipal intern grant in reference to motion number 303-2025.
Any discussion? Evelyn?
So. Okay, so this has ended up. We are returning the money that we are getting for the internship, like you've not already completed the statement of financial expenditures So just, if you could catch us up to date on.
Yeah, I haven't followed up with the final reporting yet over this, but I imagine the grant monies that were not spent will be returned.
Just to kind of add on to that question, so is it fair to say that once you have that, would that impact our budget?
No.
At all?
No.
Okay, because it was taken out of the 2025
Yeah,
operating?
actuals in the budget, yeah.
Okay, so then we don't really, as council, we don't need to do anything for the funding or? Okay. Thank you.
Right. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. 7.6 capital project inventory motion.
Evelyn, I'll make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake accept for information the compiled inventory. Oh, sorry, to get the wrong button. Inventory of motions regarding capital budget from year 2021 to 2025 in reference to motion number 324, 2025.
All in favor? Yes,
Or is it-
it's good. Yeah.
We'll call, we're looking for a call this discussion.
Okay.
If I may, for the discussion, I appreciate the work that had to go into doing this. Unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of time to review it, so I'm hoping that we can just have it earmarked for I'd rather have it acknowledged for receipt of that we can.
I will accept that friendly, yes. You change instead of fund
Yes,
information,
if you
acknowledge receipt of, so that, yeah, I will, yeah, so I'll leave. Okay, so I'm gonna change the motion that Town of Smoky Lake accept, acknowledge receipt of information, the compiled inventory of motions regarding capital budget from year 2021 to 2025 in reference to motion number 324, 2025. And thank you, you're correct, that's the motion.
All right, further discussions?
I do have one question. I'm comfortable with the motion, either way, both of them. I was just curious, because we didn't have a lot of discussion when this request came in. Is there something specific or just reviewing? I was just curious where this, sometimes I don't know where we're heading, so I was just
Okay.
wondering where we were heading with this, I guess.
I wanted to see the date, because one of my concern is that we don't have budget policies in place, so that there's consistency with when we're doing our budget. So I wanted to bring that information forward, and that's why we're actually, instead of filing it for information, filing for information means that it's not gonna come back, it's gone. But if we accept receipt of, then this is going to come back, it's just, again, there's a lot of information, so I'd like to review it, and it's part of, yes, budget policies that I'm gonna suggest that we bring forward in the future.
Emails?
Okay, thank you. Because I sometimes I wonder when things are asked for and I don't have clarity why, like I'm not sure which direction we're going, so I appreciate that. But it won't come back unless you ask for it, even if you file it, even if you acknowledge it, unless you ask for it to come back again or add it to another agenda. It's not gonna come back, yeah.
Yeah, acknowledge receipt of is different than file for information.
Yeah, but either of them can come back, is all I'm saying. But I'm good with it either way, and I really appreciate the, like, letting me know why, like, I appreciate that you asked for it, and it was good information for me to review, but I wasn't sure what direction you were heading with that information. So thank you for letting me know, because sometimes I feel like I'm not sure why. So now I know the why, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Andrea?
So to add to that conversation, and I'm just looking back, so I did not make the motion, but it was Councillor Coates, the original motion. For me, it's purely a selfish reason. It's just for when I look at one document, I can look at what's pending, what's completed, and I kind of have a quick means of like doing a little assessment of where we're on. And what has been completed. So again, different reasons, but just advancing or if a little bit of a data collection, not for policy as thank you.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. 7.7, 2025 operating budget. Oh, this is- No?
Well, we can start the discussion, I guess, and then, yeah.
No?
Can I just ask administration just to touch on the highlights of what was requested and what it looks like?
So at previous budget meeting, council asked administration to decrease the promotions and public relations budget by 50%. So that total is now 12,500. Decrease administration travel and subsistence budget. So that was decreased by $4,000. We decreased the administration's training and personal development budget by 3,500. And those savings are into a reserve in the amount of $20,000. One thing that had to be amended was the police funding. There was an increase of $320 as per the last requisition letter that we received. So that's it.
Marianne?
So, and thank you, Crystal, for doing that. It looks good to me. A couple things. So when you said about the last bullet to put the savings into reserve, do you require any type of motion or is it, what reserve is it going into? The capital?
You could make a motion.
Okay, so I see that you have, is it how you referenced it at the bottom of page 153? Yeah. The 20,000? No.
So it's in a non-restricted reserve. If we wanted to move it to a restricted reserve, we usually do that, but when we realize at the end of the year with surpluses, put it into a restricted or transfer money, but if we had a specific something in mind, you could put that into a restricted.
And through the chair, but my bigger question is, are we taking any operating dollars and transferring them to the capital budget? Good, thank you.
No?
I appreciate the work everybody has put into this. I think, and the auditor, today coming in, that was a real pat on the back that you guys were so tight and so close on that, the budgeting. That's nice to hear from somebody new, looking at the books. And thanks for making the cut. I'm comfortable with the budget the way it fits currently. And I would be willing to make the motion, and then if there's any more discussion, my motion would be that the town of Smoky Lake approve the 2025 operating budget in the amount of 4.3 million, I can't even say it. 4,369,755 in revenues and $4,369,755 in expenses as presented. And is that a second motion for the one?
Yeah. Any other discussion?
Yeah, just one thing, and it's a small thing, and I am in support of the motion that's on the floor. I appreciate the cut. It had to happen at promotions, and so take this from the intention of where it's coming from. So I'm happy with that amount in that GL of 12.5. I am concerned based on some of the spending I saw on the accounts payable listing for the first or the last quarter. I don't know that we can spend municipal funds on, let's say, staff gift cards and even team building. So I'm comfortable with the amount in the GL. I just, until such time a policy can come before council, I believe in rewarding our staff. And I think it's through maybe increasing COLA or the health spending account or the health wellness account. But I'm concerned of this council in our last 4 or 5 months that we don't have a policy that says there's gifts or hospitality that, or they can be received by council. So I would be making a subsequent motion after, or there has to be some sort of disclosure form. I will make a subsequent motion and you can vote it down to that effect. But that's where I'm headed, okay?
Well. I can support a review of, so you'd be looking at the CAO bylaw. Bringing that back, because I think it falls within. I think you wanna look at your bylaw, if you can have a policy, you can shake your heads at me, but it is a policy, but it is in the CAO bylaw under discretion. So I'm saying if you're going to talk about policy, you may want to bring back a CAO bylaw to look at what falls within what they are allowed to do. So that's all I'm just suggesting. If you're going to talk about bringing back policy, that I think you want to bring back the bylaw as well, so they don't contradict each other.
May I reply to that?
Yeah.
Okay, and I agree with what you're saying. I was coming from it at the lens as CAO Phillips, she introduced team building. And we approved that and that's fine. Would it be fair to a potential new CAO to come in and have that? Or are they going to adopt their own policies or spending practices? And I think this is just the best practices moving forward. So, and I'm not saying don't reward staff, I'm just saying, let's get a policy in front of us that we can vote on, and if it is a CAO bylaw, I'm not willing to change that, but I just want a financial policy for staff hospitality or gifts. No.
Yeah, forgive me, I didn't mean to say that you shouldn't bring back the CAO bylaw. I'm just saying you should, if that's what you're looking at, you should look at both documents. That's all I'm saying. I wasn't saying you shouldn't do that, and it's allowed. You can change the bylaw. It's not, it is not written on stone, like we can.
I support that.
Yeah.
All right. Any other comments about the operating budget and call the question? All in favor? None opposed, carried. And then second motion. That's.
Well, I'm gonna try it and you can vote it down or not, but I'd like to move.
No, we need.
Oh, sorry.
The second one. Oh, the town.
I can make that one too. I'll make motion the town of Smoky Lake adopt the 3-year financial plan for 2026 to 2028 as presented in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, section 283.12 requires plans.
All in favor? Not opposed, so carried. You want to make?
Okay, so we'll try it. I move that the town of Smoky Lake restrict team building expenses and staff gift card purchases until such time a policy to authorize can be brought forward to council or a disclosure form can be implemented.
Well.
Sorry, I didn't think that's where you were going. So I thought we were gonna talk about, like, we don't have a CAO right now, so I don't know that team building would be something that would be happening anyways. Yeah, I was assuming you were just going to look at bringing back a policy not to restrict.
Oh.
We created a budget
Yeah.
and it's in the budget and so I'm not sure I could support that very specific motion. I think council made a budget. We lowered the budget. We don't have a current CAO. I would be, I'm not going to support your motion, but I would be willing to make another motion after for us to look at bringing back a policy on things like staff and team building and promotional items and how they are. But a very specific one I don't feel like that's on council. I think we created the budget. Now it's up to administration for operational purposes to stay within it.
I agree.
So can I do a rebuttal to Mel?
Evelyn, were you?
Her hand was up first.
Okay.
Thank you. So are you, you can sway me. Are you aware of any other municipalities that can take municipal funds and spend them on that category? And I don't want to put you on the spot.
No, are like specifically on team building and swag and yes.
So they probably have a policy. I'm looking at, if you sway me, I'll withdraw the motion, but.
I'm not opposed to a policy. I'm opposed to making a motion to say, I think we did that when we just approved the operating budget that cut it by half. So I think we did it, is the only thing I'm saying, and now I'm very comfortable looking at other municipalities and the policies to create something, so there's a guideline for sure. I have no issue with that. I just am opposed to making a very specific motion when I feel like we did it. I feel like we have put it in our budget. And I think it's pretty clear from the conversation in the room, but and so I just assumed you were coming back. I was willing to support because I assumed you were coming back, like, let's get ahead of this and get a policy and look at making a policy that. But I'm not in favor of saying, cutting all of this. Let's get ahead of it. It's okay, I don't have to vote with you, and I won't be mad at you. I won't be. Don't look at me like that, it's okay, it's just my opinion, and I feel like we have made a budget. And the rest is operational, and I think with what we have right now, making that motion would actually go against discretion that we have in the CAO bylaw. And probably the personnel, I don't even know, no, it's not in the personnel policy, but I just don't want to go against what we have, and I just want to do it properly, get a policy in place without going against the current.
So, Madam Chair.
I was gonna ask if Evelyn wants to contribute or if she's been.
I keep hearing reference to a bylaw that I don't think has been read since the last meeting, for one thing. So we keep quoting this bylaw, which I'm going to challenge anyone in this room to say whether they know that bylaw off by heart. So I really would like to see bylaws and policies. If we're going to quote them, then let's have them in front of us so that we can actually refer to them.
Which I suggested was what I suggested you bring down.
Yeah, just like I always hear, this is in the MGA. Well, if you're going to quote the MGA, I'd like to hear the section of the MGA, not just this reference to a document. And if I say it out loud, you're all going to believe me that it's in this. So I also believe that it's not unheard of, because we don't have the CAO, that we actually say that there are certain actions that cannot be taken until a CAO is in place, whether that be a contract CAO or a permanent CAO. So it's not uncommon for certain items to be suspended until such time that the person we want in place is in place, such as hiring, such as firing, such as spending money on different things like that. So that's why it's not unheard of what she has suggested.
Well, I think we've had enough discussion. I will call the question on the motion that's on the floor.
Can I get a recorded vote on this one?
And all in favor? And any opposed?
Sorry.
I was wondering,
Sorry.
okay, you
And
can change your mind.
Change the
Maybe I
word.
thought Mel swayed you.
opposed, too late. And the motion is defeated. Evelyn Coles and Marianne Crosby Zarutsky are in favor. Melody Morton, Amy Chernichen opposed. Okay, Mel?
Do we need another motion to bring back?
We don't need one.
No, I'm in favor of that, at least reviewing, so, I would be,
And if I may, after the fact, I was gonna withdraw the motion and just not use the word restrict, but maybe just limit until a CAO or a policy is in front of us. It's okay.
I would prefer not to see a motion. I feel we've done some work. And we have to have trust in our administration. And that's why they're here. And, I don't feel that we need to be meddling into.
I asked Bree to withdraw the word meddling. That was uncalled for. If you want to state that you're fine with it, but meddling, cross the line.
That's a matter of opinion, but all right, Mayor Mel.
Point of privilege.
I would like to see. Just to clear the air, I would like to see the, I don't need it to come to a meeting, but I don't claim to know off by heart the CAO bylaw. But we have seen it a few times, and there is provisions in there that they are allowed to do certain things. So that they specifically that, no, but if we wouldn't mind just emailing it, I just motion for administration to email it out.
There's already a motion that's on the table for it to come back to a future meeting.
No, there isn't.
No.
Yes, there is, because we talked about attrition. And that was the motion that was made at the time, is that it would come back. Because I said, made a suggestion for us to add that policy, it was a separate matter. And then that was the decision that would be made, is that the CAO bylaw would come back to council.
I have no issues then, if you're good with it, I'm confident in it, so. Okay.
All right, we'll adjourn the meeting, or adjourn, recess for lunch at 12:21.
Yeah.
Amy.
But I'm recording.
Well, I think
We'll call the meeting to order
It's pretty tough to put something on.
at 1:01. And we'll start off with a welcome to Dell and his delegation. Did you want introductions? But I find you're pretty familiar. with all
I'm
of
sorry.
us. You're familiar with all of us?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you go ahead.
Anyway, thank you so much for inviting me to express my opinions and ideas and things like that. I want to say in advance that some of the comments that I make are not negative comments to this council or former councils or whatever. They're my ideas, they're my observations. So don't throw rocks at me, please. So I just want to start out. Do I have a time limitation or?
15-20 minutes is.
Okay, it may take me longer, honestly, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So we started out with a letter that I had sent to the town. A letter that was written by Nolan Kraus, who was the former mayor of St. Albert. I'll just read the first paragraph of the letter, if I may. As one drives through the highways of Canada, often we see what remains of villages that once was. There were at one time municipalities hopes of thrive, but other various circumstances failed to grow or prosper. Many of them villages slowly disappeared or disappeared, often because of the leaders of these communities failed to lead. The leaders of the day in these villages and towns did not advocate, did not recruit business, and did not create the environment to have schools, communities, halls, arenas, churches, and roads built to make the community viable. So that's the message. It's really, I don't know him personally because I live in St. Albert. And he's very much an advocate for the community, even now, sort of thing. So I'll start out with something about advocacy. So I have history in this community. I've been around here for a long, long time, you know, just
going back to the mayors, and I go back to Steve Antonuc, which is way over there, sort of thing. So, first of all, the topic of advocacy takes, many turns. So I'm gonna do a little history lesson here for you guys. So many of these mayors, and I'll point to one, which is George Kazoo, because he was a mayor when I sat on this council and when I lived in the community. He lived for advocating. He lived for, for growing the community, and many of the things that are here today probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for his efforts. So he was responsible in many ways. He was very political, very political. The provincial building that's here. Mind you, he sold his lumber yard and they built a provincial building on there, sort of thing. The tree farm, very much so. George Topolnitsky was the current MLA at the time, but he was also minister in Lloyd's government. He lived in Andrew. Smoky Lake got all the goodies. Andrew got nothing. Simply because the balance of power, the way the constituency was set up at that time, we had total power of electing whoever we wanted to elect, so to speak. Doesn't exist today, which is not a good thing, actually. So the provincial building, Pine Ridge, he was very instrumental in the alfalfa plant that was once here in town, which was really a limited company of 50 shareholders. So a number of things, but some of the negative things that happened here also, this is why it's so, council, you may not take your responsibilities that serious sometimes, but really you determine the fate of a community, you really do. So here are the good things that happen. Some of the bad things that, in my view, that happen are, one, the Gordon family some years ago had an International Harvester and General Motors. They wanted to split the company and they were going to build a International Harvester dealership on the acreage that I turned over to a town, because they owned half of it at the time, I owned the other half. They came into a meeting asking for some tax concessions. There were certain councillors that were against that and quite vocal, and wouldn't go for it because evidently they didn't get a tax concession or whatever. So the Quarterbans at that rolled up their drawings, walked out, and decided to liquidate the International Harvester dealership. Today, you would have a building there. They were capitalized, they were ready to do it. So another one that's very current that actually surprises me is the church on the highway. You got a taxable venue paying $30-some thousand in taxes, a commercial property, highly visible, out on the highway that gets turned into a church. So I'm not against churches, but you've got quite a number of churches here. If you want to say a prayer, just drive around the block anyway, sort of thing. So those are the kind of things that either grow or don't grow a community. There are other things that I could talk about, but there's no point in pointing it all out. But there were some mistakes made. Maybe they weren't mistakes, that people sat their wisdom and they made a choice, but the choice really affected the community, to be honest about it. So that's my little history lesson. So to advocate, one of the things that is a negative thing in this area right now is if nobody voted for Glenn, he would still become an MLA because he's West Lochbarry and all his power is over there. He's a good enough guy. I like him. He's a nice man, and I'm sure you guys do. But it really comes down to everybody is pushing. Believe me, everybody wants a little piece of whatever sort of thing. So that's something that I think in the future somebody should really pay attention to trying to restructure this constituency, Marianne. You know, and get some of that, you know, power coming over this way. So the next topic that I'm gonna touch on, which is really a topic that's always in my mind, is economic development. Economic development is very, very, it's tricky because there's not, it's never definitive. It's not like selling cornflakes. Well, today I sold 10 boxes of cornflakes, so, you know, we're all happy sort of thing. But I do know this, without it, any community that's not progressing is regressing. Because the other communities are stealing from you, they're stealing business away from you. So either you're let's get out of town and buy something town, or let's invite people into town and sell something town. Which one do you want to be? Sort of thing. And there's a lot of negative things that you have to conquer today, maybe even more so than some years ago, because you have this little machine called this, you know, and you can order your nylons to your underwear, your whatever the heck you want. And guess what? Next day it's just down the road here, we just go pick it up. But there's a lot of things that those people can't do. They can't fix a lawnmower, they can't provide service businesses, they can't do any of that stuff. And one of the things that's working in your favor today, because I was in the housing business, because my family is still in the housing business, there is a general trend of people leaving metropolitan areas and seeking a better lifestyle in smaller communities. It's really happening. Look, we have an outlet in Grand Prairie, so we do, you know, all those areas there. And we feel it like, I mean, in my own manufactured home community in Morinville, we have, these are older homes, you know, $70,000, $80,000 homes. One comes up for sale, it never lasts a week. Never lasts a week. Only because, especially now with our friend down south, people are afraid. They're afraid. The cost of living is rising. To buy a home today for young people is very difficult, or seniors for that matter. We have a lot of seniors there because they move out, they know they can afford to buy this, they know what it's gonna cost them per month, and they're quite happy living there. So that's working in favor of a smaller community. But how do you capitalize on it? So my view of it, and I was involved in a couple of these things in Edmonton, and I was president of the Manufactured Housing Association for years. I really think you've had economic development people or officers in the community, and somehow it just never quite worked. But I think one of the reasons that it didn't work is because growth has to come from within the community. I'm so pleased to see a new building come up here. So it just shows you growth comes from within the community. You know, somebody might parachute in here and buy a hotel or whatever, but the majority of growth still has to come from within the community. So how do you achieve this? So you hire an economic development person and say, okay, economic development person, we're gonna wind you up here, get out there and bring something back. Well, it doesn't quite work that way. So my idea of it is you have to involve the community. I would strike a committee that represents the region. Somebody from agriculture, somebody from the town. One of your biggest industries in this community is healthcare. I never see anybody at a chamber meeting. I never see any of these people anywhere. And I mean, they're the biggest employer. So why shouldn't they be involved? You know, I've just got a little clipping here that says there's like millions of dollars Alberta to invest $330 million in rural health. Anybody know anything about that? No. So that's why I'm saying everybody should be involved, and also you should have players in this community that are capable of investing. And there's a number of them. You believe me, this area has lots of money. It's not, nobody's broke here. Some are a little badly bent, but not broke. But, so that's what I'm saying. You need to strike a committee. That committee would then govern the actions of your development person. And get a report card every month or every quarter or whatever. They develop the ideas, like, sit here for a moment and just think in your own mind. What could this community use? You don't need $150,000 a year person to figure that one out. Because I could name 5 of them to you right now. So, but how do you do it? Well, you're not gonna have people that are gonna try and break your doors down and say, I want to start this, I want to, it's the reverse. You have to go out and solicit these people. Nobody's doing that. Nobody is doing it. So that really needs to be done. I just picked up the Travel East product. I don't know if you guys have glanced at it. But for the first 3 months, I don't see one thing in Smoky Lake, nothing in the Travel East thing. Every little village, every little town, something is going on. Nothing from Smoky Lake. So because again, who's gonna do it? I'm not asking you guys to do this. I mean, everybody has a life. You know, I've invited a couple of people to this meeting. Well, they're busy or they're this or they're that. But the fact remains, it has to be done. Somebody has to do it. Somebody has to take responsibility for it and do these things. You know, so you've got a Wednesday, I'm going to Two Hills. They've got an open house there, right? One at Métis Crossing, but nothing here. So again, it takes work, it takes organizing. And you know, volunteerism is a problem today. It really is. I mean, you guys have probably volunteered to death anyway. But the fact remains is if you can't volunteer it, then you have to create an economic unit that somehow it gets done, you know. So that would be my idea. You don't, probably you could even get by with a part-time person. On Manning Drive, where our business was, we'd meet the guy that owned Canadian Tire, and the guy who owned, you know, Lundberg Chrysler. We'd all meet at the hotel, have a beer, have supper, talk about all these things, and we'd all go home and we'd go run our businesses. So nothing happened. We ended up hiring a woman that lived locally there, and she knew the history of the area. Honest to goodness, excuse me, I've got a bit of a cold. She was fabulous, and she did it like half-time. But we targeted the areas that we wanted her to contact, which is the city and a variety of other things. And she just went after that, and you know, drive down the Ford Road now, you see all this development and stuff. A lot of it was because of her, to be honest about it. So it's not rocket science. It is not. It's a matter of soliciting, it's a matter of targeting what you think is possible or probable that could, you know, that could thrive in this community. But you gotta do it. You just can't wish it. You actually have to do it. You actually have to pick up the phone and say, hey, Joe, you know what? We need an RV place here or whatever. Are you interested? You know, that kind of thing. You know, I sometimes sense that maybe the opposite is true here. Maybe people are just content with the status quo. I don't want any more people on the golf course because then I'll have to wait half an hour. Or I don't want more people, you know, whatever. Because, you know, there's going to be a traffic light here maybe one day or something. So, you know, which is it? Like, which one do you want? You know, and either one can work, you know. It's just, but the business community will become more and more derelict as time goes by. That's just the way it is. So that's about advocacy, and that's about you know, hiring and even, you know, budgeting and hiring somebody. I don't know what the county is doing, if anything. I know the system that you had before where you had one person sort of tending to all the communities. In my mind, that ain't gonna work. Because it gets diluted, you know, like, oh gee, I don't wanna hurt Vilma's feeling. I don't wanna hurt Wasetta's feeling. Bullshit, I wanna hurt their feelings. I want that business here, you know? That's just the way it has to be. So that's why I don't think that system, you know, in my mind, anyway, was a good system. So we'll just leave that for now. I want to touch a little bit on housing and land development. So I tried to contact somebody in the Métis organization relative to the kind of employment that may happen at the new site there. And either I got a name from a lady here, either they don't want to talk or they think it's top secret or something, or maybe they're busy, but they didn't respond. But I think one should determine, is there going to be 30 people there, 40 people? What kind of people? Are they going to be hiring local? Quite a bit of it, when I talked to the lady here, is going to be somewhat, you know, room care, cleaning, all that kind of stuff, because in a way, it's a residence for the people that are going to be there, sort of thing. But there will all be also some professional help and things like that. So somebody needs to dig into that and find out. Because if you're looking to try and lobby somebody for some housing money or whatever, I mean, that's your best angle right there. Number one, it's got Métis attached to it. You know, so, I mean, it's one thing that should, I mean, Glenn's gonna be here tonight. So, you know, I'm not saying that's the right time, but that is an absolute area where you should be advocating for whatever. Now, I know you guys have inherited that piece of property in behind Centex there in that area there, but it's under a tax thing, isn't it? Right? So I mean, there's a lot of money that seems to be floating around, at least with the politicians, relative to housing, even manufactured housing. And I'm not lobbying for Jandel homes, believe me. It just, you know, so what do we know about these grants? Do we know anything about them? Like today, you have a situation where I just had breakfast with Mark, who's president of Jandel. They're just doing their third stage in the manufactured home community in Warrenville. The cost to develop a lot today without the land was $88,000. 88,000. So relative to your lots that you're selling for, is it 15,000? Right. So we've got a bit of a spread there. So how's a new lot gonna happen here at 88,000 versus an existing lot at 15,000? So I mean, there's got to be some grant money there, some kind of dollars that can, you know, you can use for if you're looking at some development, because otherwise you're gonna have a hard time, you know. Excuse me for a second. So in my mind, to take the liberty, this is like my own opinion, only because I spent the last 100 years in the rural housing. If it was my development, I would have not sacrificed the lots. For starters, if you're going to try and sell real estate or sell property or anything, you're not advertising. You're just not advertising. like getting on Facebook is okay. But here's an example. You leave Edmonton, you're driving just past Mornville, there's a 12 by 12 sign there. Westlock advertising residential lots, saying, why? Because it develops a mindset. People are driving by there every day. Look in your community and see how many people have relocated from Fort McMurray. A lot of the people in Fort McMurray came out of the east, small communities. They don't choose to retire in big cities. They prefer small towns. What are we doing to attract them? No, I'm asking the question, what are we doing? There should be a sign on 855, there should be a sign on the Wasetna Road there. They're going back and forth, back. So you develop a mindset after a while. We used to have signs in the Grand Prairie and other areas. Well, we still have one here. You know, it may sound archaic, but I mean, you drive by the damn thing every day or every second day, and it goes into your head. So that's the first mistake that I think you guys made on these lots. They were sacrificed, but they shouldn't have been, because there should have been a lot of more money put into advertising and promoting them. They're great lots. I mean, they're nice, you know, and on top of that, what you've done is you've devalued every piece of real estate in this community. Because if you're going to sell your nice paved lot for 15 grand, what's the one in the back end of town worth? You see what I mean? No, there was other ways to do incentives. You could have done tax concessions, or even some town in Saskatchewan is cut a check for $25,000 if you build a house, eh? And I don't know what covenants you have on these, like how long do these people have to build? Like 1 year? Okay, well, that's reasonable, you know. So all the incentive should be to encourage people to build something so you can tax their ass away. You know.
That's the plan.
But no, I'm deadly serious. I mean, we've marketed many of these communities, believe me, you know, all over. I mean, I just did one in Vermilion, where manufactured homes, the town serviced the lots, provided the lots at no cost to John Doe. The payment would come when the final sale happens. So what happens is when the final sale comes, the town gets paid for their lot, and, you know, John Doe gets paid for their home. So they set up some show homes, and I don't know, 20, 30 lots there, they sold them out. It's difficult for somebody to come in here cold turkey, like to build a house. The reason is this, because today you don't even have a certified builder in this community. Because you have the guy at Two Hills, I believe he's certified. I'm not absolutely sure, but I believe he is. So one of the problems, if you don't have a certified builder and you're a young person that's gonna finance this home under CMHC with 5% down or whatever, and you go to the bank, first question, is he a certified builder? If he isn't, you got no mortgage. You're not getting a mortgage. So people are still built. I mean, I've got my neighbor's building a brand new home, you know, 1 inch, but they're paying for their own resources, or they have the financial strength to get, you know, money from the bank to do it. But if you're a conventional young person who wants to buy a home and is gonna max, you know, is gonna get a CMHC mortgage, you gotta have a certified builder. You don't have one here. And they're tough, because it's really quite a cost to these people, and they're gonna have deep pockets to some degree to get that certification. You know, the government came out with this rule trying to control stupid, but you can't control stupid. Stupid is stupid, you know? And that's what they've done. They've really eliminated, like, you know, a great builder that you had in this town. What's his name?
Salad.
Yeah, Elmer, I mean, he does a great job, he's a heck of a good builder, but he's not certified. So, you know, he's either doing rentals or he's doing somebody that's got the money or whatever, right? So going back to these lots. Honestly, people. They were my lots. I'd have been spending money to advertise. You know, you'd be surprised where your buyers will come from. That manufactured home subdivision over there where you see all those old homes, we sold every one of those. The town did that development and those the lots sat there and sat there. Finally, we ended up striking a deal with the town. We sold them all within months. People came from Fort Saskatchewan, they came from a variety of places and they bought them. Only because it was in their budget limit or whatever, eh? So the structure has to be there. If I would have been handling your development here, this is how I would have done it. One, I would have invited a certified builder to put a show home there. Even if the town had to underwrite that house. Underwrite it, I mean, guarantee the payment for it. Put that show home there. Every weekend, you have somebody that mans it. And they can provide other drawings and so on and so on. You know, I know Glenda's done some homes there and that's a good thing. I mean, it's, you know, it's some housing. Now, one of the other things that I'm gonna caution you on is if you destroy the credibility of your subdivision by say putting used homes in there or putting stuff in there that doesn't match, think of it yourself. If I had a concern, I'm gonna build a $500,000 home over there. And somebody in their wisdom is gonna say, no, we're gonna allow some used house here to come next door to you. Bullshit. You just devalue the whole thing. It's just not how you do it. You have to maintain that credibility that subdivision is going to be what it is. You know, I know where I live in St. Albert, you even have, if you build a house, you have to have certain colors, certain shingles and things like that, you know, because it all matches, sort of thing. So, I mean, be careful, be careful what you're putting in there, I'm telling you. Because it will, once you destroy that credibility, it's no good. And if anything, spend some money on advertising instead of giving the stuff away. You don't need to. What's a lot in Redwater? $70-some thousand, right? What's a lot in St. Paul? It has to be that, you know, so why are we at 15? You know, I'm not saying maybe it's an incentive for somebody to move ahead, but I certainly would have done it some other way. Okay, well, we'll carry on with that. So now we go to we're still talking housing and land development. So I asked the question, and I'm not putting anybody down. Do we have the expertise in this community to develop a plan, how to service that land over there, how to find the money, how to lobby? Do we have somebody that can do that? No, right? So here's two options for you. The lady that's the MP for your area here, her husband has a company that does all that kind of lobbying. They write up your plan, they do it all. So you hire them to do it. If you don't know how to do it, then you hire somebody that knows how to do it. So I'm not into it that deep, so I don't understand, you know, what the government is offering. I'm gonna ask Glenn when I see him, is there any, you know, but you need that expertise. So if you don't have it, you gotta buy it. You have to buy it. You can't just say, well, shit, I don't know how to do this, so we're not gonna do it, you know? And it's not a put down on anybody. I mean, I've been in that industry forever and I you know, it all changes and lobbying and things like that. So invest your money instead of giving your lots away, invest your money, hire somebody, lobby, you know, it's how it's done, you know? I have the numbers, I have their information, if you do want it, I'll pass it on to you. I met with Rochelle one day, we had a very long coffee break. So we were talking about information in, you know, newspaper or flyer or whatever. I mean, I'm a dinosaur, so, you know, I still rely on the written word, to be honest about it, to some degree. I'm not saying that Facebook doesn't do the job or whatever. But, you know, the Smoky Lake Signal used to be my friend. I'd grab it, I'd read the thing backwards, frontward, upside down, every other way. You know, maybe that's sort of old school. But the day of your biggest fundraiser in this community, Iris and I were trying to locate as to what was going on in the community. So we went to your town website, we went to your town thing. There was nothing, we couldn't find anything. We finally went on the complex thing and we found the, you know, and luckily we got the 2 last tickets. But does that happen to other people? You know what I'm saying? So communication is pretty damn important, guys, and I know because we're part of the coffee crowd, I'm almost as bad as Hank, but you know, sitting over in the restaurant there one morning, there's a whole slug of seniors in there. And there was a malunka happening in town here. They didn't know about it, none of them knew about it, you know. So how can we improve on that, you know? I happen to bump into a guy that in St. Albert, who used to print the paper for Lorne. And they have representatives in Westlock, Athabasca, and things like that. And he said they would be interested in taking a look at the community, providing they could locate somebody that could, you know, submit articles and things like that, eh? So I can leave you a card, Rochelle, if you like, on, you know, I don't know if there's any meat in it or not, but I mean, that's what they do, you know. And so you can do that. Now, one of the other things, and I'm gonna end on this one here, guys, is you've got some commercial buildings here that are sitting idle, okay? You know, we got Grushla Corner right here. We got what used to be the old vet clinic is now a junkyard. So in some communities do special taxation to try create an incentive, a negative taxation. Try create a situation where people are, market them or do something with them. Because they don't look good. They do not look good, you know. And really, in a lot of cases, perception is everything. If you drive into a community, sort of thing. So I'm going to stop there and thank you again for listening to me. So the question would be, say, what the hell is this old guy doing here? You know, yapping off, sort of thing. But I mean, this is my community. You know, I care a lot about this community. Sure, we have an investment here, but that's not the prime reason. And I'm not the brightest candle in the church, to be honest about it, but somebody has to make a move here, guys. Somebody does, and it's you. It's not me. It's you guys. You know, look at those pictures out there and ask those guys what they did for the community during their term. You know, so I ask you to consider somebody for creating a development I know, I didn't bother doing it because it's not for me to do without your blessing, so to speak. But I mean, we can certainly find 4 or 5 people that are interested and would help out in a committee form sort of thing. And I think it would work, to be honest about it. I don't think you need the budget a tremendous amount of money. I think you have $50,000 for, you know, a little bit of travel, part-time wage and whatever. I know this is gonna drive you crazy, you know, I'm gonna throw it out to you anyway. Because again, you know, I know there's personal feelings that happen. Adam works 4 days a week at Two Hills. He's got 1 day off. He lives in this town. He knows a lot of this crap. You may not believe that, but he does. He's out there if you wanna use him or abuse him or whatever. So anyway, I'll conclude here.
Thank you, Bill.
1 day a week.
Thank you.
And on this land there, I mean, I really do think that land would be a very suitable area for a manufactured home subdivision. I really do,
I'm hearing Jendell Homes wants
The
to
way
come
it-
in and
the
build
way
a
it's set up.
subdivision.
you know, and everything. I'm sorry.
I said, I'm hearing Jendell Homes wants to come in and make a
We will
subdivision.
not do a subdivision. But I had breakfast with Mark the other day. And I threw it all to him and he said he would be very receptive to set up some show homes if there was a proper subdivision here. We can't go to the old one, and I'll tell you why. Because it was not managed correctly. Your setbacks aren't right there. You know, I'll show you some pictures if you want. Of even in an old manufactured home community like the one I own. We still have paved driveways. We insist on landscaping. Like, I call it a mother-in-law's approval. It doesn't matter what, you know, what budget you're on, really, whether you're the big castle with a $70,000 used mobile home. You still have to be proud of it. You still have the proper setbacks. The thing has to look right, you know, and that's what went wrong there, to be honest about it. One is sideways, one is long ways, one is this way. You know, it's just not right, you know.
Do I have time for a question? And that might just.
You have any questions, go ahead.
Yeah, so what you're saying, I think what you're saying, just to recap, you foresee a smaller version of Evergreen over at the highway in back of the restaurant?
Yeah, I mean, 20 lots or
All right.
30 lots or 15 lots or whatever.
And my second question to you, Dale, is you mentioned earlier in the presentation that you foresee a vision to attract professionals, maybe up to, you could think of 5 right off the top of your head. So I thought of a lawyer, accountant. What else do you see that we should have in this community to increase growth?
Well, you know what, I'd rather we all sat down with a piece of paper and wrote on there, this would be on my wish list. Okay, because I really do think lifestyle is pretty important to people, younger people. So you know, you're getting a demand for housing here right now because it's affordable. In my mind, I actually think some of the housing here is underpriced to some degree because the market has grown much stronger in the last year or two. It really has. You know, we see it in the product that we sell. We're getting 25% more for the product that we're selling. So the same applies here. But what happens is you have a realtor, realtors determine their pricing by previous sales, eh? So naturally, as a realtor, you want to keep prices down. But in my mind, I really think we're a bit underpriced, to be honest about it. But now the other thing we get into, so now you got me talking again, I'm sorry. So we're talking about some lots that you rezoned, right? Possibly for a 4-plex or 6-plex or whatever, eh? What's our rental rates in town here? Like, if you had said to me, okay, Del, build me a small apartment over there, first question I'd have is, what's the rent, what's the revenue? Because I gotta do my mathematics, I know what my cost to build is. Now, unless I can get a 10% return in a rural community, I'm not interested. Or for that matter, either is anybody. So if you're gonna do that, you've gotta spend a little bit, somebody has to spend some time here and get a definitive your cross section of what your rentals are, single family, old style apartments, whatever sort of thing. Cause that's gonna be your first hurdle. Like, you can invite somebody and that's what they need to know.
Okay. Thank you. Lots to think about, lots to bring, to the table possibly.
If anybody has any questions, if you have anything, even if you're considering the development person, I'd be happy to work with you in whatever way I can help. I'm not, I don't need a job or whatever, but it needs to be done. It needs to be done.
We really appreciate that.
And if I may, in conclusion, Del, I think everyone in this room congratulates you and your family and Jandel Homes. You're celebrating a significant milestone of being in business for
50 years, yeah.
50 years,
I
so
was 12.
congratulations.
I was 12 when I started the company.
Yes. Congratulations on all your successes.
Thank you for allowing me this time.
Yes, thanks for it. Thank you. And congratulations. So at this time, I'd like to move to accept the presentation by Del Hutzlach of Delmore Holdings as the verbal and written presentation that you provided us.
Thank you. Are all in favor? All right. Okay, so that was 7.4, we'll move to 7.8, public engagement for budget 2025. Well, I guess we have to plan a budget engagement, public engagement. And that can be done anytime now? Right, like we're. And we're,
Could I just ask a question? Like what I would see maybe in a budget open house or a presentation to the public is, do we have this, so we've established our mill rate and we have all the documents to support that, or are we presenting, what are we presenting? Was it? Because previous to this, we saw the document that you created. I felt it was maybe too many pages at one of our budget meetings. I don't know if we're using that or.
I'm not sure. I don't believe I've ever been a part of a budget town hall public engagement. So I think Dawn's idea was to discuss the capital projects going. It could be whatever you want it to be.
If I may, I just don't think we're ready right now. I think we need to get the tax rate bylaw and the mill rate established based on the assessment. And then we have to know what we're presenting, right? And I think,
Can you close the door? I can't hear.
sorry.
No, I want them to stop talking.
And then just to kind of finalize my thought on this is when, I don't recall, when did we do it last year? Last year, are we on schedule? Are we behind schedule or?
I don't know if we've done a public engagement. I don't ever remember. No?
We've always had like an open, like budget meeting to interact, but not actual public engagement piece. So this would be new, yeah.
This is something the county had done, you know, that's what they do. Evelyn?
Previous councils always used to do it on an annual basis. What happened is, that COVID happened. And already in our first year in 2021, it got postponed and it was going to become virtual because of COVID. And then it's just never happened since. So the only time that we've had anything close to this is when we had our public engagement session at the drop-in center for strategic planning, but otherwise there's nothing. We haven't done anything as a council.
Well. Can I just kind of piggyback off of what you were saying? And you wanted to, maybe we should make a motion to bring this back. Once we have,
Another motion.
yeah. Once we can be a little bit more prepared. I'd like to have all this stuff in a package. I like the thing you guys presented at the first draft budget meeting. I really didn't like the orange, but.
That was more for
Cost a
information.
lot of money when you did it.
True.
That's why when you,
For printing, but the material, I mean, like I enjoyed like that it was in a layman's terms if we're gonna present it, right? A lot of the. You know, highlights of projects, things like that.
Let's put that motion.
the first.
No, just for clarification, I think when Dawn was speaking on it, was it more the capital side or is it? He was like, see the whole
I was under the impression it was the whole budget, but I think there was a lot of capital projects highlighted.
And so if, I don't know if whose motion it was gonna be, but I include in the motion maybe the contents for review, so that we're all headed in the right direction.
There will be some amendments to that budget document for sure, so I wouldn't suggest the May meeting. Bring it back. for-
I'll make a motion for administration to bring back a draft of the documents for the public engagement date to be set for the public engagement, but bring it back to our June meeting. June meeting.
All in favor?
Not opposed to carried.
7.9 Housing Needs Survey Summary.
So, as part of the Housing Accelerator Fund, this was part of Initiative 3, so the Affordable Housing Incentive Program was what it was called. So as part of that, I ran a survey. It was available in print copies and online. We had a total of 66 respondents, so that was good. Ran for about 6 weeks. So the findings were summarized in the report. So a few key findings were just 85% of the respondents felt there was not enough affordable housing available in town. 79% of respondents would support the development of more affordable housing in the town, even if it meant increasing density or building on vacant land. 65% of respondents indicated they would be interested in affordable housing programs. So the results identified the following 4 strategic focus areas. Increasing, I guess, affordability and availability of housing, infrastructure services, policy and planning, and community growth and vision. And then this report will be made public on our website and on Facebook for anyone to access.
Any questions?
Just a comment and thank you. I thought it was very well done. So thank you for taking that on. And in your opinion, would you suggest that out of the 66 respondents, do you feel that we could have reached more people, or was that a good number that you were targeting and you're happy with those results? Or was there an opportunity to have a phase 2 of a survey and get more information and collect more data, or we're good?
I think that was a pretty good result for people that participated. A lot of people used the online options. I had sent paper copies to all the bread for dinner, what was it called? Bread for, the events Rochelle hosted, I had sent paper copies to all of those and I only, yeah, bread for dinner, I don't know. Baking bread. So that was over 80 paper copies and I got in total like 8 paper copies back. So I think the online survey did really well. It reached a lot of people, so. I think it was pretty representative, age wise of
Thank you.
population.
Evelyn? So what was the intention of the survey? What were you hoping to gather from this information? Because we also did have that, we already had RDN also do a housing assessment. So how do these two pieces complement each other in regard to development?
To be honest, this was set up as one of all the initiatives have milestones that need to be met and the previous development officer didn't do it. So I just had to do it. So I don't know what the intent is, to be honest, because I feel like it should have been done before the affordable housing policy. So this is gonna probably lead to some revisions and ways we're gonna address, like lead now going forward with the HAF. This should have been done before to me, but it wasn't. And this was one of the things that needed to be done, so.
Thank you for the very honest answer. I really appreciate it. Sure. Well,
I'm also impressed because we've done a few open house or survey things where it's really hard to get people to. So I actually thought 66, I thought that's pretty good. How many times have we had open houses and there's the same, 5 people, 10 people, so. Yeah, I was actually surprised that you got that many back. That's good.
Yeah, I think people are very interested in the topic, obviously, to really engage. And the online survey was really good option, worked as well, so, yeah.
I'll make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake, except for information, the housing needs survey results conducted by the Town of Smoky Lake from January 13th, 2025 to February 24th, 2025, aim to assess housing affordability, availability, and preferences among residents to inform future policies and decision-making in accordance with the Housing Accelerator Fund.
All in favor?
Thank you, Pam.
Thanks. So we'll move to settlement, integration, and language projects. So, draft press release for council.
So a lot easier to say, hey.
Yeah.
All right, so over the last couple of council meetings, we've been talking about the SILT grant. And as you guys saw in my admin report earlier, we've actually already been able to fill that role, which is really exciting. So we're moving quickly on the milestones embedded in that grant. One of the things that we want to follow up with and some of this, Evelyn Close, Councillor Close, was to look at what Fox Creek was doing in regards to communication and just what we wanted to do here, as this is a good news story to share out publicly. So we put together a draft of a press release and wanted your guys' input on if you felt it was ready to move forward as is, or if there was any recommended edits before we move forward.
So, and who will you be sending this press release to? Do we have it? Because we don't quite have a policy in place in regard to policy, of course, like there'll be a list of
Right.
who you send it to. So do you have an idea of who you would send it to?
Good question. Where have we sent our last press release policies, like our last press releases to?
Just our general distribution channel, so the newsletter, we would highlight it there, we would highlight it online, we would highlight it on Facebook.
My other thought was to go to Red Rod Water Review, like they could write an article about it, but I don't think that's necessarily, that was just another.
So press release, you send it to newspapers as well too. There's a general site, I believe it's called newsmax.ca, and you just Google it. That's where you send press releases to, because media go there to take a look at items as well too. So it's not, the point of a press release is to garner press attention. So our we don't need to write a press release if we're just gonna put it on our own Facebook page. The whole idea of press is to
Which makes sense.
is to get press. So we have, if you want to look at all the different local papers, you have Lakeland Today, which I'm an avid reader of. I get that on a daily basis. We have the Lamont Leader, we have the Vegreville Advertiser, we have the Redwater Review, although that one tends to be. That's just even just local papers. We
But if
also have-
you go to Newsmax, do those papers go there, or you're saying to
Well,
go,
that's,
that's for us?
yeah, that's why I'm
Press
suggesting.
releases are new to me, so I'm not.
And also, I'm not sure how many, and oftentimes if you can get it in one of those local papers, like the Lakeland. They're not the Leader, Lakeland Today, they're connected to other, they're owned by the same owner that it goes right across Alberta. So even if you can get that, like, that's how Smoky Lake is the friendliest town. That's how it got picked up. Is because it was a paper in the south, I think it was Lethbridge that actually took that piece. So that's the whole point of the press release, is that we're trying to get interest in Smoky Lake. And you never know what it is that's going to attract that kind of attention. So that's why I'm suggesting this is a good way of trying to get, why it's a press release, to get attention, because it's unique, it's different. And and even just the local papers, sometimes the bigger newspapers like
we'll pick it up.
and so on, will pick up because they're looking for like a rural community news. So they're going through that as well too. So this is a significant grant. It's over $200,000. It's unique from what I understand. Fox Creek is the only other one to have.
And
So this is why,
yeah, and I actually heard from another XCSS working group in regards to diversity and inclusion that this grant is usually very oversubscribed, so they were shocked that we actually landed it.
okay, even better reason. So, and then, yeah, so that's why when it comes to this particular, when it comes to your media release, no, I'm not gonna give you any edit suggestions today, except to know who your audience is and know your audience is probably the three most important words. So when you write it, who is it that you want to have pick up on the story? That's what the whole point of the news release
So
is.
are you saying, would you recommend changes based off if I go to a newspaper versus how it was written now? Because to me, it would be still the same. So
Okay.
I would like to know if you want I would just not want to delay it any further. If you're saying that there's changes based off of the audience, if you can make those recommendations now, that would be great.
Okay.
Mary Ann, you had a question?
I did, and so I'm going to say, on behalf of all of council and administration and the people in the room, congratulations for getting the grant, and maybe that was, I don't know, last time I was on Zoom, so it might have been overlooked and when we didn't record, but congratulations, this is a wonderful opportunity. And I can see how it would align with the friendliest town in Alberta, and now we have a navigator, so congratulations, Rochelle, for your hard work and making this happen. Previously, historically, when I did the role of FCSS, we'd have agreements come to council so that we would, the former CAO, two former CAOs ago would bring all the agreements forward. My only concern is I'd love to see the agreement and just acknowledge the receipt of the grant and offer a congratulations to the FCSS team. We did make a motion with council, so that's one part. We did make a motion, so congratulations on hiring the individual. I think it'll be very successful. Are you limited, so the question is, we just saw this with the interim. For the grant, if anything happens to that individual, can you transfer it to another candidate?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And then as a town employee, at the end of the 2 years, is it the hope of, I don't have long-term vision, but can we keep the individual as an employee, or would they have to apply for a position because that position would no longer be available?
It would not be in the budget at this point in time, so this was fully funded, so the municipality hasn't put any money in. So I think if this position proved to be wildly successful, we'd come to the table prior to doing that year's budget of when it's expiring and have that conversation and say, is this role that we see longevity or sustainability in? And then we would make, or you guys, council would make that decision.
We won't be here in 2 years, but perfect.
Some of
Thank
you
for answering my
maybe, some of
question.
you. But yes, and so, and in regards, just to make sure that I'm clear. So are you saying that you wanna see the grant package? Like, cause I haven't brought forward like, cause in the background I did.
Not the package. Formerly Adam used to bring all the funding agreements and they were
Okay.
signed, right? With everything.
And I just wasn't sure because like, for example, like New Horizons, like.
Yeah.
That was a different grant and that wasn't requested, so like, I guess I'm just trying to get clarity on what, cause I'm happy to, like, transparently, it doesn't matter either way, but it's just more about. Are we bringing everything, like, do you then wanna see like a $20,000 grant from Flourish Fest, which is rural mental health animators, which really is an FCS, like, you know, I'm just.
No, you're
Trying
the
to-
chair, that's more admin, so it's not for you.
Oh,
Just, we can talk about that at another time.
sure, I just wanna make sure that I'm delivering whatever you guys wanna see is good.
No,
Is there any more discussion, or I will put, I'll make the motion and then you can ask if there's more discussion. I'll make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake approve the settlement integration and language projects, the grant press release for public distribution. Okay.
Evelyn?
It's called Newswire, not Newsmax. I slept there. I think Newsmax, I'm thinking of something American when I said that, it's Newswire. And then also, one last additional thing, because this is a big deal. I would really, and I'll make this motion after we on this one. But I would like a thank you letter to go out. I see a lot of other municipalities do that, and I think it's very classy when we send a thank you letter when we get a grant, especially a grant of this size. That on behalf, and that's something that, again, that's not really you unless, which is what I wrote here. A second letter, because it's actually being out of FCSS, so I would highly recommend that you ask your FCSS board to do the same thing. But my motion today will be for us, for those of us at the table.
Yeah, I'm gonna call the question. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Evan?
I'd like to make a motion that the town of Smoky Lake direct admin to write a thank you letter to the SILP program on behalf of council and recommend that the town FCSS board do the same.
Any discussion on that? Carly?
You want the letter to come back before we send it? That's what you.
No, I would like to get, I would like to see it come back in correspondence,
Okay.
to file for information, but I don't think we need to see it prior.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Good job, good for you.
7.11, bylaw number 007-15, Smoky Lake Public Library. Evelyn?
I'm gonna ask if we could please defer this to, it's, we just had the presentation, and I'm not sure, I would like to, and I admit that I didn't go through it like I have before, but not for today. So I'm not quite sure what recommendations to make, so I wouldn't mind taking a look at some other bylaws first, just to see, like, I'm not quite sure. And there was no recommendations, so I'm not quite sure.
No.
I believe they said they had one, that they could give us a copy of also.
Yes.
So maybe just, maybe meant to reach, maybe I'll just make the motion, or it's not my turn. Maybe Mary Ann will make the motion as just that we bring back, ask municipal, there's, what are, library,
Their public library.
ask Jen.
Yeah.
No.
Library.
I move that the town of Smoky Lake defer the bylaw number 007-15, Smoky Lake Public Library, to a future meeting of council with the reaching out to Alberta Municipal Affairs Public Library Services Board, Carrie Anderson and Jen Pringle, for a template of the bylaws for our revisions.
All in favor? No opposed, so carried. All right, we'll move to new business, 8.1, signing authority. Evelyn?
Question before I put that motion on the table. The development officer works from home, correct? Or has a work, is not in the office 5 days a week?
She works at home 2 days a week, but if needed, she will be in the office, so it's not
Yes.
set.
Because what I see here is that we've, for 2 previous motions have been made, and both times it was Billy, who was our then foreman, that was made. And we, since then, we don't have a foreman anymore, we have a manager, so who's here 5 days a week. So that is why I would like to make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake remove former CAO Don Phillips as signing authority and delegate Public Works Manager Jonathan Robinson to have signing authority on behalf of the Town of Smoky Lake effective April 28th, 2025, leaving all other signing authorities from motion 541-2024 intact.
Was there a specific reason for Pam? Like just before?
No specific reason.
I just thought maybe she had a role
I
that
think
was.
John kind of has his own, he's busy, and when Pam's in the office, she is more than available to look over check runs, and
She's right there.
it was more of an admin thing that I was thinking of, right? But no, that's good.
Mel?
I had the same question.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's not an acting role, it's a signing.
Yes, I do have one more question then. So, are you guys comfortable with the change in the motion, or do you think it's going to pull John away from his job to do this?
Sure, sure I can find time.
I'm just wondering.
Me too.
All in favor? Any opposed? So it'll be carried. All right. We'll move to 8.2. Council attendance, FCSSAA Northeast Spring Regional Conference.
I can be really brief on this one. So every year in the Northeast region, different communities host the FCSS directors in the region for an annual conference. And so this year it was Smoky Lake who gets to host. And so we are hosting it on May 8th and 9th. And it usually always bridges, like it's a day in total, but it always bridges like half a day on the 8th and then half a day on the 9th. And then it gives some team building and networking on the night of. And so council is being invited to attend a session from 8:30 to 10:30 on May 9th, which is being hosted at Métis Crossing. And I did include the agenda for your review, so you can see some of the items that will be updated, but it's mainly like the association giving updates, the government giving updates, and so I thought there may be value in having some or all of you attend.
Evelyn?
Whenever I've attended anything in similar of a nature, whether it's a conference or a symposium, the mayor is always there to welcome and to give a welcome speech. So is that not going to be incorporated at this event?
It was not something that I had thought about incorporating, but it's also not something that I've seen incorporated in the last 3 years that I've been attending.
Yeah.
So I've seen counselors attend, but in the 3 years that I've been attending, I haven't seen like a specific.
Okay, so that's not standard for this to have the host community to, okay.
Not that I've seen, I mean, prior to my time, I can't speak to that, but not in the 3 that I've attended the last 3 years.
Because it's like the kind of event that when it's held there, that they ask usually.
Uh,
Although in this particular case, you could probably even, because it's technically in the county, you would ask the reeve to welcome, but you're saying this event does not do that.
No.
I don't know if there, yeah, this is the town FCSS board. I think,
Well, that's.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I just,
I don't want to get into the semantics of Mayor Reeve actually right now. It's actually the welcoming that for the last 3.5 years, when I attend any kind of event outside of here, there is always the mayor, and if the mayor can't make it, then it's always the deputy mayor or a counselor. But there usually are, during your welcoming remarks, there is the leader of the community, like of the council, a leader from council welcoming everybody to the community.
Understood. I have the chair of the FCSS board that was going to be doing the welcoming, and that's what I have seen at these annual that I've been attending for the last 3.5 years. So I can only speak again to my experience, but it would be something unique and different than what is the norm at these conferences if I was to go that route. But for now, what I've gotten commitment from is to have the chair of the FCSS board.
Yeah. Thank you. And again, congratulations that you were hosting the event and it looks good for Smoky Lake and people will be coming here and I think it's congratulations. So maybe some of the information I can share with the FCSS-AA, that's the Alberta Association. So it's not just that Rochelle's hosting and planning the event through the town FCSS, it's just the representation that we would have the hosting community present. Once province is involved, the Alberta Association plans the agenda, does all the behind the scenes work, the minutes and everything. We're just hosting it. So I'm in favor of the recommendation, and if at this time, with all due respect, I'm going to move that the town of Smoky Lake approve attendance for any council members wishing to attend the FCSS Northeast Regional Spring Conference session on May 9th, 2025 from 8:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. at the Meady Crossing as a council approved event.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried.
Thank you, Rochelle.
Thank you. 8.3, Rural Connection Family Resource Network, 5-year summary report.
This one was just, I recently went to West Lochburn in-person FRN meeting with our hub and spoke regional representation, and we put together a 5-year summary. I just wanted to share that with council. You know, from where FRN started to where it is now, it has been a journey and it has come a long way, and we are excited to continue to see it flourish. So the 5-year report gives a little bit of a synopsis.
Yeah, it's cute. Evelyn?
Well, you're kind of hitting a park with 3 for 3.
You think I stacked it or
Right,
what?
no, with the one, and this is excellent, and it's a beautiful logo, but also the group and all of the work, and it was a pleasure to read through too. What I was reminded of when I was looking through this as well is in St. Paul, FCSS has a presence in the community because on the passenger doors of every town truck is the FCSS logo. So it's something that we have a local business person here who makes decals. I saw that the town of Smoky Lake got their decal on the truck right away. So clearly it's not too difficult. and I don't think it's too costly unless you want to even, since it's a counselor suggestion, bring it back. But I really would like to see rural connections with that logo on our trucks or FCSS, maybe to entertain those different options, because those trucks driving around town, even when they leave, that's a natural advertisement for.
And I like that because it would actually be a lot more cost effective. I did reach out to the FCSS in St. Paul because if you drive into their main street, they have that huge FCSS sign that says sign up for babysitting or what have you. But those signs are quite expensive because I got the costing from that because I thought that would be something that we could do here as well. But the decals would be a lot more cost effective.
And especially since we keep talking about regionalization as well.
Right.
For you to do that, that means anybody from the neighboring municipalities coming into town always sees your
Yeah,
logo as well as
great.
this one on the truck. Well,
I was just trying to bring us back. Like, bring that back to council.
Oh, the idea of decals?
Yeah.
Sure. I can get pricing.
Well, you can bring it back, but it's a cost that the town will bear. So I'm just saying bring it back. That's all.
there you go. She's saying she doesn't. want-
Well,
Yeah,
I-
TSS budget.
No, I
He's saying come back
excuse
to
me.
town. We're joking, Amy. But we're trying to move
I,
forward. All in one speak.
go ahead.
Yes, no.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, I'm just saying it. We just has to be motion council, that's all. That's all I'm saying, and so.
Marianne, thank you. And again, congratulations. Thank you. I'm gonna make the motion. So, and you so humbly put it, a 5-year milestone is amazing. And we forget that the amount of money that came into the community by signing the agreement and supporting the agencies, right? So again, thank you for running everything and managing and increasing the capacity of the individuals and families in the community. At this time, I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake accept the rural Connections FRM 5-year summary report as information.
All in favor?
Thanks.
So he probably wasn't.
All right, I will now move to bylaw number 2025, master rates. My gosh, master rates bylaw, too many bylaw. Mel?
I'd like to make a motion that the town of Smoky Lake give first reading the bylaw number 10-2025, being the master rates bylaw for the purpose of establishing general fees and charges for goods and services as delivered to the community.
All in favor?
Are you not gonna call the question?
Discussion.
On the first reading? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, discussion, sorry.
Are we gonna go first?
Sorry.
May I, for the discussion, just for the paper copy, to print a paper copy that we would charge $2 for the mailing utility bill. So I'm on page 212. So is that something new that did I miss it? Did we as council decide that's a good idea to charge people or?
It was brought to a previous budget meeting and we discussed that it would bring in revenue, and that is in the budget.
So, and with all due respect, I think we discussed it, but we didn't land on it and have a motion. I'm not sure I feel comfortable increasing that. I know we pay a lot of postage in our budget. We have a heavy number for postage, but I haven't seen a motion that says we're going to increase the bills.
Mel?
Well, the motion was today when you approved the budget, because this was put in the budget, as discussed, as part of revenue. So,
Revenue or expenses?
well, it's in there for both expenses, what it costs, but revenue as coming in for monthly bills, it is in your budget. That was at our budget. So if you were looking for a specific motion to add that to the budget, no, but it was in our talks in budget. All right.
I assume the change is here, yeah. Okay, any other discussion? Evelyn?
I asked about this last year at this time, and that is having to do with including taxation and assessment in the master bylaws instead of its own separate bylaw. And I just want to make mention of that again, that I have continued to look at other communities where it's not included, because this, I think that this is something that is old school, that's something that we have done, whereas now municipalities are taking it out in separating it, because when it's the master rates taxation, just to keep taxes separate. So I'm seeing it again, and I just would prefer to see that in a bylaw, but I guess we're giving readings to it today. Do we not need to bring this back as well to when after? You know what, never mind. I'm gonna stop. I'll bring it back to a future meeting instead of doing it right now.
Marianne? No. Sorry, I wasn't in my voice. No. Okay. I'll solve the question, I guess. All in favor? And opposed, so carried. Marianne, second reading. That's what we're doing.
That the town of Smithfield give second reading to bylaw number 10, 2025, being the master rates bylaw for the purpose of establishing general fees and charges for goods and services as delivered to the community.
All in favor? And opposed, so carried.
I'll make the motion that town of Smoky Lake give permission for third and final reading of bylaw number 10-2025, being the master rates bylaw for the purpose of establishing general fees and charges for goods and services as delivered to the community.
All in favor?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, on a point of clarity here with what's going on. When will the public have a chance to intervene on this before you give third and final? It should go, and then they have a pause, public can comment, and then you give third reading. If you guys are going all three, you're out of luck. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Or
Previously, we have done all three readings. It doesn't require a public hearing.
we want to continue? Evelyn?
I would like to pause right there because it could always be brought back to the next meeting, but it gives admin time to look into that factor because I'm going to, I have faith in someone for bringing that up. So I'd like to, and that doesn't hurt us to just postpone the third reading to the next meeting in order to give admin time to address that concern.
Well,
Yeah, I actually don't have an issue. I don't think there'll be a problem with it at all, and we can do the third reading at another time. But this is the master rates bylaw?
Yeah.
Okay. Pretty sure you and me have done 3 readings before together, buddy. But I don't mind. We can bring it back to the next one. It's only one more reading. It's okay. We can look into it. I'm comfortable with that. But then we will have to, because we had a motion,
we'll have to rescind.
the permission for the third reading.
Would rescind which one?
Because we voted on permission for the third reading.
And then we're not doing it.
Yeah. Can I just call a recess? Can I ask for a recess?
Yeah.
Okay, so just, we could look into this. Yeah. Okay.
1 minute for
Thank you.
All right, we'll come out of recess at 2:34. And would admin, Carly?
There's provisions in the Municipal Government Act under 692 outlining the statutes for public hearings, and financial obligations are not listed
Yeah.
for planning and development.
Will be up there or something.
And there's nothing in our procedural bylaw stating that will become public hearing, other than outlined in that.
No?
I am comfortable going ahead. This will, obviously, this isn't set in stone again, so we can always, revisit it if we're having feedback.
That's fair. Over the other option. Yeah, it's fair. Okay, Melanie.
Oh, sorry, that is me.
Yeah.
Yep. I'd like to make a motion, the town of Smoky Lake give third and final reading to bylaw number 10-2025, being the master rates bylaw for the purpose of establishing general fees and charges for goods and services as delivered to the community.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right. Mayor and council reports. 10.1. Oh, hang on. Oh, no, yeah, that's right.
And,
Yeah, no.
and this is including the one that Evelyn moved from,
I
or
put that
Councilor
as-
Copes moved. It is, I think we just included right into
Included in
it,
there?
right?
Oh, okay, great.
So that it can be
It's
approved with the report.
actually a commission.
Right.
Okay. Okay, including.
I put it as 10.2.
So, yeah, but we can add it to these reports, if that's what she was.
So if I could
Yep.
ask a question about that. So I actually sit on that committee. I wasn't the one that submitted it, but I wasn't sure if you moved it because it's something you thought was important for all of us, or.
Evelyn?
Wrong heading includes, because it's all with the, we've always put them under mayor, but everything of that nature has been put in this category. It wasn't actual written correspondence. It's not a letter that was written to us.
Okay.
You're good?
That HVAC work that's going on at the Egg Society, what grant was that? What guys that you got for, was that one of those community enhancements, for large?
Mhm.
And then you had to come up with money to match it? I just wanted to double check, because it's great that you're going ahead with this. I'm just trying to ask you for a refresh of my memory, what we discussed before.
Yeah, we received a grant. Unfortunately, the HVAC is more like 400,000. So the Egg Society is paying the difference, but it was huge. So I think we got 100.
Probably when you're 5.
Yeah. So, yeah. A lot of fundraising stuff going on. Yeah. But it is a necessity for the building. So, yeah, it was good. We got the grant. Sure. Should be bigger.
Evelyn? And then if I may give you huge congratulations to you for STARS, for the success of STARS. That's amazing. Got the decal on the helicopter, so that's was that a goal then? Raise this much money and we get the decal, and we do it that way?
To be honest, I didn't know we got that. We didn't know. But it was very nice surprise.
It is.
And for such a small community, it's everybody in this community should be proud, not just the Egg Society. Like, this is a community event. So the community really comes together. It's really good.
So at the risk of really making an end dislike me, is that not a great thing for a press release?
I just wrote that down.
Oh, did you? Okay, because you know where I'm going, like, this is amazing, and again, put Smoky Lake on the map for raising this much money. Sorry, go ahead. No.
I just wanted to let you know, there's some more good news coming out of this. I do have a STARS kind of wind up meeting tonight, and then I think some stuff will be forwarded on to the town. Yeah, I have a lot of meetings today. So, yeah, we'll forward some stuff on, that can be brought and advertised, because the community should be proud. So, yeah, there's some other things, so stay tuned.
Mary Ann?
Looking forward to that. Thank you again. And if there's no more discussion, I'd like to move at this time.
No, one more, and that has to do with you. I want to say huge kudos to you for your representation of Smoky Lake. It's too bad Dell isn't here to hear this because you did a fantastic job at the Spring Leaders, and thank you very much for the work that you did. Not only getting that, but all of your preparation work and your presentation. You were amazing.
Can I get your blood pressure cup? Thank you. Thank you. So at this
Yeah, we can
time,
make them.
thank you. At this time, I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake accept for information the mayor, councillor, and committee report items A through E as follows. Deputy Mayor Marianne Prosky-Zerusky, March to April 2025. Councillor Morton, March to April 2025. Deputy Mayor Spring Training Debrief. Councillor Cobes, March to April 2025. And Highway 2863 Regional Water Commission Services Commission financial statements, year ended December 31st, 2024.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Now to correspondence requiring action. 11.1, meeting with minister, letter to town. Evelyn?
So I'll make that motion, but you see, here's Mr. There he is in the letter saying, acknowledging what a great job you did. That Town of Smoky Lake acknowledge receipt of the letter received from the Honorable Rick McIver, Minister of Municipal Affairs, regarding the meeting during the Alberta Municipalities 2025 Spring Caucus to address the need for additional revenues, challenges in healthcare recruitment and housing, and pressure on local volunteer firefighters to respond to medical situations. Letter dated March 28th, 2025.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried.
If I may, just for a point of clarity, and thank you for saying all that. When we talked about what was going to be presented at the minister, there's nothing that shakes your nerves like himself, Minister McIver, and his 9 executive staff. But the conversation around the MCC was to position it like Cold Lake had previously perceived with establishing a medical clinic. So it was with Dawn, our former CAO's blessing of what I could and could not talk about. It wasn't about the current MCC there was no discussion about that.
Mel?
Yeah, I was just taken back by the letter a little bit. I was just surprised to see that, the two together, co-creating. So I was just, but thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, and it was in the original whatever we had set up as the original invitation that went forward, so. Thanks.
11.2, Government of Alberta Police Funding Model. Mel?
I'd like to make a motion, the town of Smoky Lake acknowledge receipt of the government of Alberta's policing funding model revised increase in the amount of $320 totaling $50,677 in reference to the letter from C.M. Curtis Zablowski, OM Assistant Deputy Minister, Public Security Division, dated March 31st, 2025.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And then 11.3, Alberta Municipal Affairs Town Hall, Bill 50. Marianne?
I'm going to make the motion, but I'm looking for some advice from the rest of council. I think it was a very good webinar. I would have taken it just on my volunteer time anyways, but I'm not sure who attended or if I should just.
No. I think I would support the recommendation for.
So it costs us.
I wasn't able to.
Okay, well, it costs us $75. So the content and subsequently, just to know, I wouldn't look for a motion to have a council approved event, but AUMA is coming, or AM is coming out with one next week. regarding the same subject, which I would take just at my own time, but. So I'm going to at this time move that the town of Smoky Lake approve action taken to attend the town hall meeting for Bill 50 that took place virtually on April 16th, 2025, and make it an approved council event in reference to the letter from received April 8th by Alberta Municipal Affairs from the Honorable Minister Rick McIver regarding the Bill 50 Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2025.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Do it again. No. So we'll move to 11.4, Horse Fight First Annual County Fair Sponsorship Request. I'm sure Councillor Coates would allow it.
I'm a worst fight girl, so, but you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Steal away.
I love the idea. I'm not sure, when I see the sponsorship or this Worth Fight Foundation, is there an actual person that's behind this, or, because I'd like more information when it appears in our agenda package. And thank you to Min for creating this. I think I'm leaning towards wanting to sponsor it, but I just, in the past, we sponsor individuals and organizations. This is the first annual. Who are the people that stand behind the foundation?
No?
I had the exact same question.
Okay.
Before we go ahead, I would like to, I'd like a signature on this or a name or a contact or.
Did it come via email or?
Rashad?
I don't know how this came specifically, but I know, do you know Charmaine, the South African that lives in Worsby?
Yeah.
So I know that Charmaine has gathered a team that's doing this because somebody on that team came and talked about FCSS sponsorship, and I said we could do volunteerism. But if they wanted FCSS funding to go through the county, as Worsby falls in the county, so they were going to move forward and asking. So I know it's Charmaine and team that are driving this.
Evelyn?
So, war spite girl, I really do. And I do like the idea of it, but normally when you're new, you say, hello, this is who we are, this is what we're like, there's a whole introductory letter to who this is. So I agree with what my colleagues are saying. I really would like to have more information about who this group is and how they got started before giving a random group money. Like, I don't know who they are.
Having said that, I think my motion would be to, because we still have time before the event, so I would defer it to the May 12th council meeting for admin to provide additional information to the sponsorship of the War Spite Foundation. And that's the motion. Harley, is that okay?
Yeah, got it.
Even, did we get this via email or?
Yeah, or no, she dropped it off but I will.
Valerie Foster.
It can come
I'm not
back.
sure,
It can come back. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh? No?
Friendly amendment, contact me.
Yeah,
and
friendly amendment, just a contact name
Information.
or email or something, yeah. Not that I don't think they're real people,
Well,
I just don't know who the people are. Yeah, best practices, yeah.
All right, all in favor? None opposed, the carries. That, sorry, I was gonna read the recommendation. 11.5, North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance and Total signing.
Want to?
Oh, Evelyn?
Well, is it, like, you're the committee rep, correct?
Yeah.
So do you want to speak to this then a bit more about what?
I haven't heard much about the plaque, to be honest, so yeah. Anybody knows more, that would be great.
I'm gonna make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake file for information North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance letter received by Steph Newfield, board chair, regarding the Heritage River commemorative plaques and interpretive signage dated March 24th, 2025.
All in favor? And opposed? Okay. Mel?
Oh, you didn't get to say what we were, but I was moving on to the next topic. on our agenda.
Smoky Lake Golf Course?
Yeah.
I
Jumping
thought
the
maybe
gun.
it was about the
No,
river. So I was like, okay.
so. Couple things. I know that this was sent to the county. I wasn't sure if anybody knew what the outcome was. I figured you know what the outcome of that was. So I'll go
Was
on
I a nerd?
because you're not a nerd. Am I allowed to say that? Second of all, it's on tonight's agenda at the joint municipalities meeting, so I'm assuming that's what the county did with theirs. We can't make motions at joint municipalities, so, so I was a little confused to see it on the joint municipalities agenda, so I just thought after reviewing that agenda and then getting our agenda, that maybe we could all kind of align here, so we know what we're talking about, but there, like, the motion tonight will be back, go back to respectful councils to make motion. I was just a little confused about that, so I don't know if they just wanted our input, but maybe, Evelyn, if you have some information about what took place at the county meeting, just to catch me up.
So the reason why it's being bounced to tonight's meeting is because there were comments made during that meeting that this is town property. The golf course belongs to the town. So there was questions about the water leak. And if the town, essentially, is the town responsible for this water leak? And if the town is responsible for this water leak, then would we be reimbursing the golf course for the differences? And honestly, when I was sitting there, I had questions about it too, because they had a delegation, they had this at their one meeting and then they deferred it to the next meeting, requesting financials from the golf course as well as a delegation. So at the delegation, the president and the manager attended and spoke to this. And one of the comments that came is that apparently at one point they had a bill for $200 for water, and the next month it was something like $2,000. There was like a huge significant jump in the water leak. So, and I see here, and that's why I wanted to ask more about the background information when you say administration was advised. So if anything, it would be nice to have a little bit more about that information, because at our next meeting, the county is going to be bringing it up with us.
John can answer the other question, but I do have, like when you said, is the town responsible? Like if the town supplies you with water and if you leave your toilet running and you get $1,000 bill, no, the town is not responsible.
To ascertain where the leak was, like, if there was no information. Yes,
I get
like,
that.
I mean, if it is.
And I'm not saying this to you, I'm just saying
Yeah.
like, if the context of the question from the county was, is the town responsible? Well, no, that's like kind of shocking
And
question.
it has happened to the curling club. We've lost water. We had a big ass bill. We still don't know where where it went.
Okay, just the deliverer.
Shoot the messenger,
So this is why they asked, because I think they're trying to ascertain if it was something on their fault, the golf club's fault, or whether it was something that was the town. which is something that we have dealt actually with, that if it's our fault, then was there something? And then there was, the part of the discussion was, how did a bill like that get past so many different people without it being flagged? And yes, admin here, there was a question about admin here. Did we see that there was a bill? Did we notice that there was such a significant in the bill?
The golf course contacted the office because they were concerned about the high usage. And when I got out there, it was like next day, I think, they had already put an error through their line, so I wasn't able to investigate that further.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, at the time. Planning to go there in the next couple of weeks, whenever they have everything back up and running. And then at least I can help provide some more information to council and the golf course itself.
Yeah, so thank you, John. And so when you say that you went out there, or they contacted you, when was that? Because it says at the end of the season.
Yeah, that was in the fall, that's when they realized.
So they contacted you last October?
They contacted the office about it, and then I went out and tried to investigate. I wasn't able to because it had already been shut down for the season.
Evelyn? And was it several months worth of bills? Because that's what I got the impression is that or did they do that right away the most? Because I got the impression they didn't notice and it went on for a while. That's the impression I got, but please, I can be corrected on that.
I'm just gonna grab Tamara because she.
Yeah. If we could, because for tonight.
Mel, is that what you were gonna suggest?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna start by saying that there's a lot of other things in that letter request besides water. I support the importance of the golf course and I would support helping them out. I don't like the I don't like the water section of that letter actually in particular, because if it was anybody else or any other person coming, you're responsible for your bills. They have people hired to pay bills. When I get a bill that's astronomical versus the other one, that's on me. So it contributed, I'm sure, to part of their financial situation, for sure. But, and I do believe it was a couple months, but we'll look tomorrow.
You have a question?
So the golf course water increase in consumption last fall, or I guess last season, was it a continuous over a few months, or was it 1 month?
No, it was about 2 or 3 months that it was high. I look back on years before and there was another month that it was high too. So I just assumed they were using lots of water, right? Like it's hard to judge how much water a golf course uses when they are grass, right?
Yeah.
So, and then he came in once to talk to me about it and I said, well, you might want to start looking for leaks. So.
So they were aware.
He came in once, yeah. And then that was right around the time when they shut off one of the meters or shut it off to the house, I think, like to the clubhouse. And then we noticed that, okay, yeah, it uses less, so something's leaking underneath there.
Can you please clarify if the bill jumped from a couple hundred to a couple thousand? Like,
I would have to look at the count.
yeah, okay,
I don't.
because that's the two items, is that it was such a significant from a small amount to a large amount.
Well,
And
again,
then it went on for a few
it goes,
months.
it's hard to compare too, because like, again, it compares it from like April when it's not really open, or May when it's just opening, to in July and August when it's hot, so they're using a lot more water, so you can see that there's gonna be a significant amount, right? So, which is when they were losing, so then for
It's high there. Yes.
Maria. So thank you, Tamara. So in just taking the information, and I don't believe that we have all the information in front of us, but to prepare us better for tonight's meeting, I just have two quick questions, and then I think we should move to defer, but we have an agreement with the golf course and the town owns the land, is that correct? And so does the town own the clubhouse or just the land? So who owns the clubhouse?
No, I think it's a similar situation as to the complex. It's run by. They make their own, they make their own investments, they build their own infrastructure. But it is on town property.
So, are you ready for the motion? That helps, thank you again, that helps for tonight. So the motion would be to defer the Smoky Lake Golf Course request to the May 12th regular council meeting and review the agreement with the town and the golf association to be brought back for the May 12th meeting as well.
Yeah. Can I make a friendly amendment to that and include 2025 No, you're not.
Let's hear it, let's have it.
The financials.
No.
I agree, I'm not sure why they would send it to one and not to the other municipality when they're having a request for funding. And we always ask for the financials if we're giving anything, so I agree, we can make it friendly.
So, Mary, if that's okay with you as well?
Yeah.
I didn't know that information, that it went to the county, so yes, I will accept that friendly amendment as long as it's friendly.
And
It's not scary, it's friendly.
All right. All in favor? No opposed or carried? Carly's okay, like you're,
Yep, I got it.
yeah, okay. Mel?
I had one more question just for administration to look into, to bring back for information about that. Was that shortly after there was an installation of, outhouses? Plumbed utilities put on the golf course? Maybe you can bring that information back.
Yeah,
Would be great.
and I would say suspected water leak, I haven't actually verified. I can check, I can tell them with the water meter. If there's a leak somewhere. It's about a little small wheel in the water meter. If that is still spinning when everything is shut off. And that there's a leak somewhere.
Great.
Okay.
Mel, do you know where
No, I don't, but I'm suspecting it was right around the time so that they knew which line to shut off, so that their water didn't continue to leak. I would suspect it had to do with putting in a line to those plumbed bathrooms that are down, whatever, down over the hill. So that's assumption, if you know what line to shut off to prevent the water leak, then you know which line is leaking.
Yeah.
That grinding.
Tied into our, so.
All right, I think that's good. We will move to correspondence to file for information, 12.1. Oh, Evelyn, sorry.
I'll make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake file for information, the correspondence items A to D as follows: Alberta Municipal Affairs Letter, Local Authorities Elections Act changes, Provincial Priorities Act fact sheet, Federation gas rates, State of the North Saskatchewan River watershed indicator.
All in favor? No opposed, so carried. All right, last minute additions, 13.1. Thank you, Flowers, for Patty Priest, former executive assistant at Smoky Lake County. Mel?
I want to start by saying I love Patty. Second of all, I'd like to file for information. We did buy flowers for another employee who retired. A little bit different situation. This person left on their own accord. And so it isn't our employee either, so I think I would just like to file that for information.
Evelyn?
I think she did an awful lot of work for, she might not be a town employee, but there are a lot of committees that we sit on, and as well as joint municipalities. There's we heavily depended on her for that work, that she really did the heavy lifting in many times. So that our admin didn't have to, so that is why I suggested it.
And Evelyn, I 100%, I agree with you. She's an asset and she's going to be dearly missed by, I think, both parties for sure. That's just where I feel the difference was the retirement versus the leaving. And that's why that would be my motion.
Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? 13.2, request for time change for regular council meeting minutes on May 12th, July 14th, and August 11th.
Yes, I sent a letter to everyone. We have the meetings at 10 o'clock on those 3 dates as scheduled. Then that means that I can't attend Northeast Muni-Corps, means that my alternate can't attend Northeast Muni-Corps, and it means that I get kicked off the board because as a director, if I miss 3 meetings in a row, then they can call that into question now. And I don't think that our change in meetings, and that has been established since 2021. Is a good enough reason, especially when it's tough to get 10 municipalities together on a regular day and date. The other municipalities respect it. So that is why we can still have our council meetings on those days, but I'm asking for it to start a 1 o'clock start, like we were doing in previously, instead of 10 o'clock, so that I can attend my Northeast Muni-Corps meetings.
No?
I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue if our council can be mindful. If we can try and limit those 3 meetings to like not being here till 6 o'clock kind of deal, which I think we could make a goal to do that. I'm comfortable with that, just for administration purposes and for, but it's only 3. Like, I think we can handle that. I don't have an issue.
I can go ahead and make a motion, but I forgot the email what time you said, so in the request at 13.2, it just says the dates. So you're requesting it to change to 1 o'clock start?
Time change to a 1 p.m. start instead of a 10 a.m. start, so I can attend my 10 a.m. meeting to noon, and then we start at 1.
So my motion is to request a time change from the regular council meetings scheduled for May 12th, July 4th, and August 11th. 14th. Oh, July, what? Say,
You said 4th.
American.
I'm not coming here that day.
Okay. Sorry, pardon me, the July 14th and August 11th, 2025 to reschedule from a 10 a.m. start to a 1 p.m. start.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And 13.3, Tourism Industry Association of Alberta Landmark Contest.
And then I just wanted to bring that forward if we were interested in participating or not with our pumpkins. And if not, we can file for information, but if we wanted to turn this into a public engagement, let's vote for our pumpkins, let's become a landmark. It is something that is a national, it's through Municipal World, so it would actually be right across the country. So it is a tourism opportunity. It's not locally here in Alberta, it actually would be right across the country, which is why I just put the poster, like it's a last minute edition poster. We can do whatever with it. We can file for information or we can defer it to a later meeting.
curious how much work it would be for, and I guess it's in,
That's why.
yeah, that's the concern I have.
Well, what's the chances, I like it, what's the chances we can work with the pumpkin growers? Like, it kind of rolls into our next one, I think it's a good thing, what if we made a motion to forward on to the pumpkin growers, see if they'd like to partner with us on this endeavor, it would be good advertising. For the town, it'd be great for the pumpkin fair, I think maybe if we could get partners, it would make the workload a little lighter for everybody.
We could try that.
Yeah, I'd be comfortable, I'd make the motion to forward on the Great Canadian Landmark Contest to the pumpkin growers and see if they would like to partner with us for this endeavor.
Yeah, so there's maybe, for me, just a friendly amendment to have a timeline so that if they're not doing it, then we revisit that, right?
And bring back their answer to the June meeting.
Sure. Do you accept that? Crystal?
I just had a quick peek and it looks like we put our name, email, province and landmark name and significance, upload a photo and submit. So it doesn't look like it's very intense.
What, you're done already?
And it runs to like August 15th, so we still have. Yeah, so it doesn't look too bad.
Okay. Evan?
Point how it works, nominate to vote, rally your community and vote for your top pick. So that's where, in a way, the work comes from is, can we flood our Facebook pages, can we include it in our newsletter? So that's what it is, to get everybody, because the more people that vote.
Yeah.
And we can also encourage our friends in St. Paul and in surrounding communities to vote for it, although we'll wait until after August 15th so that they can't put their UFO in it.
I would like to amend, then I don't think if we don't need them, do you think we need
I
to
think we can
do it ourselves?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would just like to make a motion for administration to apply for the Great Canadian Landmark Contest.
All right, all in favor? Not opposed, so carried. Thank you. Okay, 13.4 was removed. 13.5, condolences from New York. Or I've never been able to say my engineer for the town. Yeah. Did we want to do that as a group, like like on our own, or did we do it on behalf of the town?
I like the idea of doing something. I'm not sure if it would be flowers, just based on what the notice said, but I'm willing myself to do it with the rest of us, but I'm concerned if we have a policy, if there's anything that we have identified in a policy that, because he directly interfaces with our municipality in terms of all that he's done over the years with the reservoirs and the MP. So I would be in favor of supporting a motion to send something. I'm not sure we're landing on flowers.
No, I think you're right. I think there were suggestions, correct? To the Mazakowski. Go ahead, Evan.
He said in lieu of flowers, donate to, and they named two groups, and of course, I like the Humane Society or the rescue group one, which probably the only time I'm gonna be able to convince a council to donate money to a rescue group because it's in someone's name. So that is the one that I would. And I thought, hey, that's great, he likes animals, so.
No, I never knew that.
Evelyn, I can get on board with donating to the rescue on behalf of, would you like to make that motion? Since it's your
think I can say his
Yep.
last name?
That's exactly it.
Okay, and then did we, while I find that, do we have an idea of the amount? That's what.
Carly?
It's been previously 100.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Oh,
We haven't done anything last year's. There's been previous motions last year.
So if I saw a counselor cross me flash two.
I was throwing a peace sign out.
I would say
peace.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
I'm
I was thinking
comfortable with two, I'm surprised to hear the one.
Sounded
Are
very
you all
well.
right with that?
Yeah, I'm just looking up the agency review.
Oh, I see. Okay. I can pop it up for you really fast. I got it. Okay, but thank you. Just scroll through. So.
Okay, so I move that the town of Smoky Lake, on behalf of council and administration, donate $150.
She just sent it to.
Oh, sorry, donate 200. Sorry, okay, donate $200 in memory of Mr. Miroslav Grisikusov, to the Alberta Homeward Hound Animal Rescue.
Perfect. All in favor? None opposed or carried. Right. 13.6, invitation to invite Smoky Lake Pumpkin Growers to the next regular council meeting. Mel?
Yeah, we essentially, we donate a lot of money and it's a very good function and fair in our town, and I've heard just nothing lately. And I don't believe that they've had a meeting, so I was just hoping to have a little bit more communication with them, so I'd like to invite them as a delegation to our next meeting. To provide us with an update on financials, how last year went. What's in hold for this year? There is a budget implication to the town, and to be transparent to our ratepayers, I would like that to come to a meeting. So that's where I'm at.
Remind, if you could, if Midmet could remind us, I believe we haven't seen their financials, correct? Like, because I know it, so when do the pumpkin growers usually submit their financials?
They haven't had an AGM yet. So I
Okay.
think once that happens, then.
Once they're an AGM, but so actually we can ask, we're unable to ask for the financials at this time because they have to have an AGM first before we get the financials?
I'm sure. Yeah, I'll ask.
I would settle for last year's financials as well. No.
See, there you go.
Huh? I don't remember. I think we should ask. Can I just say one thing? And even if they can't provide the financials, that's okay. I'd still like them to come and talk about this year's plans, how last year went. And what the role, so my motion would be to invite them to
Like a delegation.
to be a delegation. Yeah.
Executives. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Thank you. Evan?
I'll make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake proceed with advertising the notice of proposed material change. What's that?
I just wanted to change one thing in that record.
Oh, there is something you want to edit? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
no.
I thought you were making a new motion regarding the public.
No, see, no. Sometimes when we make the motions and then go back, I'd rather stop
Okay,
mid-sentence.
it's not.
Amy has to announce the category.
No, she.
You know why? I'm looking at the time, folks.
Yeah.
That's why I was doing.
I appreciate it.
Okay, go ahead.
So I just wanted to, this is for the MCC material change, so we, Lydia and I had met with the lawyer just to make sure we were on track with everything. So what we need to do, as outlined in the email, we just need to make a motion that, for a public notice. We don't need a public hearing for material change, he clearly outlined that. So just in the RFD, it says public hearing at the end there, and I just wanted to change that to, here, it's right, I just wanna read that, make sure I read the video's template. Here. Make sure that I say that. For notice of change for the public input period. Okay, just a public, okay, that's it.
So to go ahead and read the whole, but then when it says end schedule.
Just
No,
leave all of
it's
that.
cut it right off at the end?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that was right, but yeah, otherwise that's.
Okay. So I'd like to make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake proceed with advertising the notice of proposed material change to Smoky Lake Development Corporation pursuant to the provisions of section 75.3 of the Municipal Government Act and section 7 of the Municipally Controlled Corporations Regulation to make a material change to the Smoky Lake Development Corporation's operations that will suspend the current service of tourism development within the municipal boundaries until viable future economic opportunities can be determined.
Yes, that's it. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And then 13.9, bylaw number 132024, election. Mel?
I went too far.
It was removed
Oh.
at the beginning.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
What page is this?
I have mine different, so I don't know what you guys followed. I don't think there's a recommendation.
Oh, there's not.
nothing.
What do I say?
Well, okay, the reason why I brought it forward is because we have to change currently the returning officer is a CAO, but now we have to change it, and that was a discussion point that we had, that we are going to, I'm going to a meeting, referring to the special meeting that we had, so I can.
Yeah, no, like,
What,
Cause I'm the substitute returning officer for the time being.
Because you're because you were the CEO assistant CEO?
Yeah.
She's a CEO.
assistant
So then you're
CEO.
like, you're both now?
I'm two returning officers.
Okay.
just like your other job.
yeah, so that was the recommendation that we hire a returning officer.
Carly, you have a thought?
I was just saying that, and I'm the deputy returning officer, so we only need Crystal to sign delegation, notice of intent, the paperwork for the election right now, so the interim CAO will still be standing as returning officer for now.
Okay. I see what you're saying, we could wait,
And,
you know?
and I see what Evan's saying, so I'd like to defer this to our next meeting. I think we need to get a little bit farther along in our process of recruitment or, sorry, farther along in our recruitment process. So just not to lose sight of it, let's just forward this on to our June meeting. Maybe we'll have some more information at that time. If not, we'll just be deferring it. Just so that we do keep track of it and we do take care of it when we need to.
And everything's covered.
Yeah,
Okay.
so my motion would be just to defer till the June meeting.
And just a quick question, so there's no risk in deferring it because with the training or anything, or if there's special requirements that you have to fulfill, you're able to still do it?
Yeah, I'm returning right now.
JK, I'm
I'm a deputy.
I am the RO, but she has to sign off.
All in favor of adjourn? None opposed, so carried. All right, 14.1,
I'll
Mel,
make a motion to go into closed session
all in favor?
for the to discuss the following matters pursuant to Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, WIP Section 27, privileged information at 3:23.
All in favor?
We don't take
None opposed, so carried.
Keep it, just don't.
All right, I'll get a motion to come out of closed.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried, and now you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to accept for information, can I call it what it is? Smoky Lake Provincial Detachment Analysis. Health information.
All in favor? And opposed, so carried, and we'll move to 14.2. Marianne?
I move to go into closed session to discuss the request for proposal purchase of municipally owned land at Plan 872 North or NY, Block 11, Lot 2, under the FOIP and Privacy Act of FOIP Section 16, disclosure of harmful to business interests of a third party at 328.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, I'll get a motion to come out of closed session.
I'll take that. I'll make that motion.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried, and then you want, Mel, you want to leave her?
I'll make a motion for administration to bring back information as discussed in closed session regarding property 4204 54th Street, Lot 2, Block 11, Plan 872 NY.
Okay, all in favor? None opposed or carried, and then I'll get a motion to go back into closed. Marianne, all in favor? Oh,
me to read
going
it?
back, oh yeah,
Oh. So I moved that, Town of Smoky Lake go into closed session for the request for proposal, regional economic development highway corridor concept plan under section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party at 3:39.
all in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, I'll get a motion to get out closed.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, all in favor? None opposed, carried, and Evelyn, do you want to read the RFP?
I'll make the motion that Town of Smoky Lake award the request for proposal for the Regional Economic Development Highway Corridor Concept Plan to V3 Companies of Canada based on their submission and not to exceed $159,230, excluding engineering allowance to be funded from the Alberta Community Partnership Grant.
All in favor? Any in favor, Evelyn?
Sorry about that. Sorry, sorry, I am.
Okay, good.
Okay, I'd like to make a subsequent motion at this time.
Okay,
And that is that to ask a motion for the Town of Smoky Lake to direct to write a thank you letter for the ACP highway grant and send it to the ministry responsible. Thank you letter.
Do you, we're going to join municipalities tonight. Do you want to do it there? Because it's from all of them, right?
I withdraw that motion with the friendly amendment that I added to the meeting tonight.
okay. All right, we'll go back into close if I can get a motion. Mel?
I'm just kidding, you do it.
I
Marianne?
moved to go into closed session for 14.4 land sale, Port section 16. So would I need to give the description of the land or just as Crystal put it on the agenda? Okay, that's the motion at 3:44.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, I'll get a motion to come out of closed.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Mel?
I'd like to make a motion that Town of Smoky Lake. Oh my, I almost
Bring
read that. For administration to bring back more information as discussed in closed session regarding lot 37, block 12, plan 782020228.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. All right, we'll move to go into close for 14.5 section. I didn't catch that section. CEO recruitment, third party, Marianne?
Yeah, I'd like to move that the town of Smoky Lake council go into closed session to just for CAO recruitment steps. And in Port section 16, sorry, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party. At 3:53.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Let it know. All right, some move to come out of closed.
Yeah, I
Marianne?
move to come out of closed session at 4:03 PM.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Mel?
I'd like to make a motion for our interim CEO to reach out and use local admin resource as discussed in closed session.
All in favor? None opposed, so carried. And I'd like to adjourn the meeting at 4:03, but I wanna, one second. Nothing for you.